C'est le député, si j'ai bien compris.
If I understood correctly, it's the member. There apparently is a change. It's the member for Fredericton. That's what I thought. So the honourable member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation will lead us in our national anthem. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, who prayed with love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land, oh yes and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Couric, member for the electoral district of Battle River Crowfoot, by resignation effective June 17, 2025. Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Oral questions. Questions orales. No? No, sorry. I didn't want to, sorry, got ahead of myself. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life of Munaquinmit, Stephen Charlson, a proud member of the Heshquit Nation and the King of Kinquashtacamuth. Stephen was a lifelong fisher, learning traditional fishing and navigational skills from his father and brothers, and living his entire life on the lands and waters around Heshquit Harbour, except for the painful years he spent in residential schools and the Indian boarding home program. He was immensely proud of the recognition by the courts of Heshquit fishing rights through the Takwiak fishery. He was both a teacher and a learner, studying the Nuu-chah-nulth language in his final years. Throughout his life, he shared his teachings and touched the lives of hundreds of people from all walks of life, establishing the HoC Outdoor School in 2000, specializing in outdoor and environmental education. Stephen recently passed to the other side and leaves behind his loving wife, Karen, 6 children, 12 grandchildren, and a legacy of strength, culture, and connecting to home. May he rest in peace, and may we honor his memory with action and respect.
The Honourable Member for Kanata.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the outstanding class of 2025 from my riding of Kanata. To the students of A.Y. Jackson, Earl of March, West Carleton, Holy Trinity, All Saints, Maurice-Lapointe, Bell High School, and Franco West, this is a moment to be proud of. You've worked hard, shown resilience, and hopefully had some fun along the way. Now you step into the world with the knowledge and the opportunity to make a real difference. To the teachers and staff, thank you for your dedication. And to your families, your support helped make this day possible. To every graduate, celebrate, take pride in all you've accomplished, and move forward with confidence. The world is ready for you to make your mark. Congratulations to the class of 2025.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
We all remember that one teacher that made a lasting impact on us, the one who believed in us before we believed in ourselves, the one that would stay up late to push us further and made us feel worth every minute of their time. At Sacred Heart Catholic High School in Newmarket, I saw that spirit alive. First, during the election, when teachers organize a candidates' debates so that the students can moderate the discussion and challenge ideas, they didn't just teach civics, they brought it to life for their students. Then again, when students participated in the Newmarket Night Market, proudly showcasing their artwork, including one powerful piece celebrating strength, empowerment, and the women who shape us. That painting now hangs in my office, and I would like to invite everyone to stop by to see it and enjoy a cup of tea. To the teachers at Sacred Heart and to every educator who goes that extra mile, thank you.
The Honourable for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday is World Refugee Day. The day highlights the plight and dreams of those seeking refuge because of threats to their lives. The destin des réfugiés nous...
The plight of refugees concerns us all.
Honestly adopted M62, my motion to welcome 10,000 vulnerable Uyghur to Canada. This was a historic vote. It was a vote of parliamentary solidarity. Since then, I've been working to ensure our government honors the will of this House on that day. Refugees, once settled in Canada, make countless economic and social contributions to our country, making Canada better off. Our government has historically been, and must continue to be, a leader in refugee resettlement. It's our duty towards the most vulnerable. La Journée Mondiale.
World Refugee Day is a reminder to understand these challenges, and it's also a time to appreciate the wealth we have in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, we all remember fond childhood experiences. For me, I grew up going to Hillcrest Mall in Richmond Hill with my family. It's a place where, for over half a century, seniors gathered at the food court for coffee and where families came to shop and connect. It was always a safe, welcoming space and a pillar of our community. But just last week, another violent robbery at Hillcrest Mall has shaken our community. This time, jewelry store employees were pepper sprayed and assaulted in a terrifying smash and grab. The mall was locked down and hundreds of shoppers, including young children, were left terrified. A few days later, arrests were made, and what did we learn? The suspects were repeat offenders who were out on bail after committing another violent robbery. These attacks are part of a disturbing pattern across the country fueled by 10 years of liberal soft-on-crime policies. Communities are living in fear, and violence is becoming the new normal. Conservatives call for ending catch and release, bringing back mandatory prison time, and keeping our streets safe. It's time to end the revolving door justice system and lock up the criminals for good. Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by thanking all public servants in Orleans and across Canada for their essential work as we celebrate National Public Service Week. The next 2 weeks mark the beginning of graduation for our grade 12 students. I would like to congratulate the 1,514 graduates from the 8 secondary schools in Orleans.
Class of 2025, you did it. I look forward to seeing what you will achieve in your next chapter. And as summer arrives, I wish everyone in Orléans a wonderful summer. Let's all take time to relax, recharge, and spend time with friends and family. I also would like to invite all of you to join me at Petrie Island to celebrate Canada Day on July 1st and my annual family barbecue on August 28th. Merci.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize the contributions of the incredible resource sector workers in my riding and indeed the country. The loggers, the miners, the farmers, the fishermen, the energy sector workers in oil and natural gas, the hardworking men and women of this country whose work gives us the lumber from which we build our homes and the fuel from which we heat them, the gas that moves us from A to B, and the food and fish that sustain us. These are the workers who built this country and continue to build it every single day, and yet too often their contributions are denigrated, their jobs threatened, and in some cases their livelihoods destroyed. This despite the fact that it is their sweat and their toil that serves as the foundation on which the rest of our economy and country is built. So I hope that all parliamentarians from all parties will join me in recognizing these amazing Canadians and thanking them for their contributions to Canada.
Great speaker. The honourable member for London West.
Speaker, on June 20th, we are turning the page. The anti-scab legislation will come to force, banning replacement workers during strikes and lockouts in all federally regulated sectors. It's a long overdue step towards a fairer economy, and for far too long, the threat of replacement labor weakened bargaining and eroded trust. This law, however, will restore balance. It'll protect integrity of collective bargaining and leave good Canadian workers less vulnerable. We are sending a clear message that Canadian workers are not replaceable, Mr. Speaker, and now more than ever, as we gear up to build the historical economy, workers will be the building block of that for a stronger economy, a more just and resilient Canada. I want to thank every worker and the Canadian Labour Congress who worked really hard to see this bill through, and especially our old colleague, Minister Seamus O'Regan, and our Liberal government has and will continue to stand up for workers, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
The Prime Minister said he was a man with a plan. Well, a budget is a plan, and now he's shooting blanks. After being Trudeau's economic advisor for the past 5 years, he's worse than the old guy when it comes to accountability and transparency. And as the Liberals hide, Canadians are worried about how much more debt, inflation, and taxes are going to be dumped on him, since this guy says he's going to spend even more than Justin Trudeau did. Wow. A spring budget could tell Canadians what the plan is to lower the cost of government, which would lower the cost of living. It could show a plan to actually get homes built and not more bureaucracy. A spring budget could show Canadians a plan to gain economic independence from the U.S. by scrapping anti-energy laws like C-69, C-48, and the job-killing oil and gas cap. It could have a plan in it to make our to bring home safer streets by repealing hug-a-thug laws like C-75 and C-5 and finally get immigration under control. If this Prime Minister is the guy who says he's a man with a plan, he needs to prove it and bring home a spring budget now.
The honourable member for Balaye-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in 5 days, we will be celebrating the national holiday of Quebec. Summer festivities with songs. We'll be celebrating our history and our own stories. I'd like to remind people that 45 years ago, René Lévesque told us how to live with our neighbors equal to equal. As partners, we didn't impose our vision or our plans or our different interests. From south to the west, and in the Far East and perhaps even in Asia, through these challenges, we'll realize that as allied partners, this also involves equality for our nation like all others. We hope that this summer will bring people rest, and that with this in mind, I wish all Quebecers and those who love them a wonderful national holiday and allow us to dream of a country to come.
Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I lost a friend and my community lost one of our true leaders. Today I would like to honor and pay respect to the memory of Sandy Butterly. Sandy was one-of-a-kind woman who would help out and champion every cause which would benefit our entire community. She generously donated to organizations like the Hospice Society, the White Rock Pride Society, the local community Christmas dinners, Coldest Night of the Year, and Unity, generously contributing to a housing project for people with intellectual disabilities in an inclusive environment. Sandy believed in supporting the local business community and would frequently stop in and visit and encourage the business owners. She even had an omelette named after her at the locally owned diner that she was seen at most mornings. Her kind and caring spirit will live on in the memory of all who met her and loved her. Rest in peace, Sandy.
The honourable member for Swift Current Grasslands Kindersley.
Canadian oil and gas is the key to our prosperity. 10 years of Liberal anti-energy laws have kept it in the ground and stopped pipelines from getting built. Laws like C-69, the No New Pipelines Act, C-48, the shipping ban, the oil and gas production cap, the industrial carbon tax. It's impossible to ignore the national consensus to get rid of these bad Liberal laws. There was an election this spring where the Prime Minister promised big things. Then we heard fancy speeches from him in Calgary. He's also met with the premiers in Saskatoon. Parliament has already sat for 4 weeks. We just hosted the G7 meetings in Alberta with key energy allies, yet we still haven't seen any announcements for new projects or proposals. The Prime Minister needs to stop with the fancy words and act on repealing the Liberal anti-energy policies immediately. Canadians need a government that will approve energy infrastructure, sell to our allies, and deliver paychecks to our people. Now that the Prime Minister's elbows are clearly down, it's time for him to stand up and get back to work.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the incredible communities of Ambleside and Northwest 1 in Ottawa West Nepean. Both of these are celebrating their 50th anniversaries. These are more than just condo towers. They are what we call NORCs, naturally occurring retirement communities. Ambleside 1 and 2 and the Northwest 1 towers, Poulaine and Regina, are home to many longtime residents, including some who have lived there since the beginning. These are vibrant communities where residents truly look out for each other. They host Friday night potlucks, organize yoga, choirs, current affairs discussions, and support the surrounding communities with food drives, environmental action, and more. While there are some young families, most of the residents are older adults, and their community spirit combats the social isolation of seniors, helping residents live longer, healthier, and more connected lives. Congratulations to Ambleside 1 and 2 and to Northwest 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for York Durham.
The government will save you. Not one, not two, but 3 government housing agencies will build your home for you, and you should be thankful about it. Well, the next generation of home buyers doesn't need the government to save them. They just want what generations before them had, an opportunity to work hard and own a home of their own choosing. The generational unfairness is on display in this House. Questions from the next generation of home buyers who are shut out of the market, and half measures from the Liberal housing minister turned robber baron who is profiting from the dysfunction he now oversees. Mr. Speaker, it was that minister who said housing prices don't need to come down. The Liberals simply don't understand the housing crisis, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if that's simply because too many of them are profiting from it.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellon. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will celebrate a significant event in Alfred Pellon, the 30th anniversary of the Marronnier residence, a true pillar for our seniors and an exceptional place to live in the heart of our community. Since 1994, this residence, founded by the Morzadek family, has provided an exemplary living environment for more than 1,700 residents. It is distinguished by its warm atmosphere, modern facilities, and dedicated staff who place the well-being of seniors at the heart of everything they do. The Marronnier is much more than a place to live. It's a true community, woven together by respect, solidarity, and joie de vivre. I would like to thank and congratulate the residents, staff, volunteers, and managers for their daily commitment. Happy 30th anniversary to the entire Le Marronnier family.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are asking Parliament to approve $500 billion in spending without committee oversight, without ministers being able to answer even simple questions in this House, and without a budget. The Parliamentary Budget Officer stated the deficit could be as high as $20 billion more than originally projected, and that legislators risk even more faith in this government than usual due to no budget. So sure, more faith in this government that promised to significantly reduce consulting spending, but is increasing it to $26 billion this year for their friends like at McKinsey. So sure, more faith in the government that promised a 2% spending cap increase, and yet is increasing it by 8%. If the Liberals continue this way and don't present a budget till spring, it'll be at least a year since the last budget, the longest period since the 60s outside of COVID. Canada needs a budget now to control inflation, reduce deficit, and stop tax hikes, and reverse the lost decade of Liberal failure.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
It's an honour to rise in this House as a re-elected Member of Parliament for Vancouver Granville. I want to thank my constituents for placing your trust in me once more. Your ideas and determination inspire me every day. I want to thank the hundreds of volunteers that supported me and my family who give so much to allow me to serve. From Kitts Point to South Van, from Shaughnessy to Main Street, from South Cambie to Granville Island, I'm here to make sure that our community's priorities, affordable housing, better healthcare, a stronger, more innovative economy, and safer streets, are top of mind. Now is the time to ensure that all Canadians' ideas and ambitions become reality. To my constituents, I carry your stories with me into every conversation and every decision I make in this place. You've placed your trust in me to be your voice in Ottawa, and I don't take that responsibility lightly. I will keep working hard to make sure that you're heard and you're well represented. This work is about you, and I'm here to fight for what matters most for our community. Let's build Canada strong together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Liberal government is doubling down on its insane ban on gas-powered vehicles. The latest Liberal overreach kicks in next year, and soon your favorite car, truck, and van will be illegal. But this mandate is already driving up prices. The average price of a new car is $67,000. Used cars are approaching $40,000, and this Liberal mandate will add an additional $20,000 per vehicle. They've already priced working Canadians out of the housing market. Why are they pricing working Canadians out of the ability to buy a vehicle as well?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, first let's start with the facts, which is there is no ban on gas-powered vehicles. But more to the point, let's also say, once again, we're seeing the Conservatives talking down one of our most important industries, employing hard-working auto workers in our country at the very moment that we're facing tariff threats from the United States. I find it rich that they are choosing to take this position instead of talking up a growing and important industry. We stand with our auto workers.
Leader of the Opposition.
There absolutely is a ban. It starts to come into effect next year, and it will absolutely devastate the auto sector here in Canada. The auto sector is already under fire from unjustified U.S. tariffs and the PM's inability to get a deal, but GM, Ford are all saying that this ban will kill jobs. In fact, a new report says that this ban on gas-powered vehicles will kill 90,000 auto jobs. Wow. Instead of sending even more jobs to the U.S., why not end the ban on gas-powered vehicles and let Canadians decide what kind of vehicle they want to buy?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, it's nice to hear that they're finally recognizing that we're talking about an industry that's facing unjustified tariffs from the United States. Right. But let's also talk about how our auto sector is important. We need to support it in this moment. It's creating good-paying union jobs in our country. An EV standard actually makes sure that new electric vehicles are available to Canadians. They're cheaper to operate, they're cheaper on upkeep, and Canadians want to be able to have access.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You don't have to allow Canadians to buy one type of vehicle by banning their ability to buy the ones that they actually want. But, you know, this is raising a lot of questions. Canadians, auto workers, Ford, GM, they all don't want the EV mandate, but the Prime Minister is intent on pushing it through. Why? Well, right before becoming Prime Minister, he was chair of Brookfield, and he advocated for a ban on gas-powered cars. Brookfield is heavily invested in the EV supply chain, yet this Prime Minister refuses to reveal his financial interests or self-admitted conflicts. Isn't it true that this isn't about the environment, this is about the bottom line for Brookfield?
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence.
We're in a trade war launched by the United States that's targeting our auto workers and our auto sector. Make no mistake, we will fight for every job and every worker. We have invested in the auto sector, including the EV sector, to build good jobs in places like St. Thomas, where the Amino Corp is employing people. This government will always invest in workers and make sure that the auto industry is growing, resilient, and successful.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, every time this Liberal government proposes new environmental measures, it's either a tax or a requirement. They want to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles, which will cost Canadians 50,000 jobs. They want to punish Quebecers who choose a gas-powered vehicle by imposing a $20,000 price hike, even though they know the average price of a new car is already $67,000. Why does the Prime Minister want to take away Canadians' choice? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, let's begin by saying we're not banning those vehicles. Secondly, in Quebec, in his riding, there are already regulations to ensure that Quebecers have access to EVs. So even in his riding, there are already regulations in place. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to tell the minister that in Quebec, people are already saying this won't work. The banning gas-powered cars after 2035 won't work. It's a question of choice, not control. What we're seeing is the Liberal government trying to control Canadians, but many people can't afford or can't use or simply don't want an EV. Tell someone in northern Quebec who wants to go hunting or fishing or into the woods, how are they supposed to do that with an EV? It's impossible. So forcing Canadians is not the right way to go. The Honourable Environment Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we are not requiring people to buy EVs, and we are not banning combustion engine vehicles. But EVs are less expensive to buy and to maintain, and Canadians want access to EVs. So why do they not want Canadians to have that choice? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, that government has already tried to control Canadians' lives through the carbon tax for years. What has the new Prime Minister done? He scrapped the carbon tax because he knew it wasn't working. We're asking for the same thing here. Stop forcing Canadians to buy EVs. They want gas-powered vehicles. They want the choice because gas cars work for them. And once again, the Liberals are making it too expensive for people to afford things because of their ideology. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, this is absurd. It's whatever, anything and everything that we're hearing from the other side. Once again, we are going to help our auto industry workers if the Conservatives don't want, if they're saying that our cars are not good enough, that's their choice. But on this side of the House, we will defend our auto industry. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the theme of the election campaign was a terrible crisis, a trade war, and a tariff war, and the next day, poof, we hear nothing more about it. The Prime Minister was supposed to meet President Trump in Washington, and all he came back with was nothing much. And yet significant concessions have been made around tariffs and the border and defense. And then the Prime Minister has come back from the G7 empty-handed. Are workers supposed to be satisfied with a 30-day wait-and-see period? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and U.S.-Canada relations. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the U.S. President had a meeting that was constructive in Kananaskis. In connection with the G7, they discussed a number of topics. Obviously, the priority for us was to talk directly with Trump on tariffs and precisely as my colleague just indicated, the impact on the economy and workers in Canada. We wanted to discuss that. And also the impact on the U.S., on their economy and their workers. And we needed to point out why this was harmful to the U.S. itself. And I'm convinced we made progress, but we won't stop until it's done. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we're not out of the woods yet. While the government was preoccupied with the G7, there's been time allocation here. No, there's no debate. Nothing's happening with the trade war. All we're talking about here is oil. But C5 has nothing to do with trade, nothing to do with tariffs in the foreseeable future. Have the government and the Prime Minister got their priorities in the wrong place? The Honourable Minister of Canada-U.S. relations. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, this bill the purpose of it is specifically to counter the tariff, the threat of the tariffs and the threat to our economy. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister was crystal clear. We are going to build major projects in Canada. We're going to do it the right way, respecting environmental standards in partnership with First Nations and the provinces and territories. I know our Bloc friend is perhaps not happy to see us working with the provinces and territories to do great things in Canada, but that's exactly what we're going to do.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We need to stop starting our sentences that way. C5 will have no positive impact on the Canadian economy, but it will have a huge impact on the public purse. It will have no impact on the trade war, no impact on the tariffs, and no impact on Canadian output. Can people stop taking Canadians for fools and admit that C5 is the Prime Minister's business plan and that it runs counter to the interests of Quebec workers? The Honourable Minister of Transport and Internal Domestic Trade. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from the Bloc, but I can't agree with the idea that C5 will not assist the Canadian economy. Experts who've studied the impact of free trade within Canada have found that this will add $200 billion to the Canadian economy and that our GDP will increase by 2% and 4%. That's a huge impact, Mr. Speaker.
Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, in Saskatoon, winter temperatures often hit minus 30 degrees, so families need vehicles that actually work in the winter. But this Prime Minister, backed by his radical Environment Minister, is doubling down on Justin Trudeau's plan to ban gas-powered cars and force Canadians to buy expensive EVs that don't stand up to the cold. His plan will hike car prices by $20,000 and leave families stranded. It's out of touch, it's unaffordable, and it's anti-choice. Will the Prime Minister stop punishing Canadians for living in a cold country and repeal his unscientific, job-killing electric vehicle mandate now?
The Honourable Minister of Artificial Intelligence
Mr. Speaker,
and Digital
we're in a trade
Innovation.
war launched by the U.S., as we know. The auto sector is already under attack. Let's hope that my colleagues join us in not attacking the auto sector, but in supporting jobs across the auto sector in all forms and making sure that our communities remain strong in that industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
That's exactly what this government is doing. It's attacking the auto sector. Our supposedly elbows-up Prime Minister promised to get tough with the U.S., but these unjustified tariffs will kill 50,000 Canadian auto sector jobs. And while he's bungling the trade talks, his self-imposed ban on gas-powered cars will gut another 40,000 jobs. The combination of these two failures will be disastrous for our auto industry. That's 90,000 jobs gone. Poof. Will the Prime Minister admit his failures are killing our auto sector and instead finally stand up for 90,000 Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this line of questioning is somewhat absurd. Whether you want to get on a skidoo, whether you want to get on an all-terrain vehicle, whether you want to gas up your F-150, whether the plumber wants to take the truck to work, that is that person's choice in this country. There is no ban on gas-powered vehicles. This is completely conjured up fake showmanship from the Conservatives. Unbelievable. There is an auto sector in Canada. We're going to stand up for the people in it. We're going to protect it, and we're going to give consumers choice.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Manning.
Mr. Speaker, an Ipsos poll says 2/3 of Canadians disagree with the disastrous Liberal plan for the ban of sale of new gas-powered vehicles by 2035. The EV mandate will eliminate 38,000 jobs and cost $138.7 billion. U.S. tariffs could mean 1,000 more jobs lost. Prices will go up by $20,000 per vehicle. Canadian jobs will vanish. When will the Liberals repeal their EV mandate?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble understanding the actual line of questioning from the opposition. They're trying to imply
couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear, and it's important that I be able to hear the conversation. The Honourable Government House Leader from the top, if you wish.
Mr. Speaker, I know that Member of Parliament. He knows there's no ban on gas-powered vehicles. He knows that look, I'll invite him to the riding. We'll go out on a skidoo ride when the winter comes. The fact is that Canadians have choice. We'll continue to have choice. In the meantime, we're going to power a new industry, putting Canadian auto workers, unifor workers, unionized men and women to work building all kinds of vehicles.
For Edmonton, Griesbach.
I believe it's on the website. Now, it's not a surprise to Albertans that Liberals think gas and diesel are pure evil. Why else would they be sticking with Justin Trudeau's EV mandates? EV sales are sagging. Auto manufacturers are dead set against these mandates. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal idea is a real clunker. And it's an affront to free choice. So, will the Prime Minister reverse this reckless policy and let Canadians buy the vehicles they actually want to buy?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
You know, Mr. Speaker, when I go down to the street corner near my house, they have this thing called a pump. The pump offers various choices of grades of gasoline, and for the honourable member's benefit, there's a yellow one that says diesel. So if you happen to have a diesel engine, you stick the pump into that one, into your vehicle, and you know what? You have a choice. You run your diesel truck or you run your diesel car. That's all good, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have the choice. Let's drive on.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to that member's remarks, I'm reading Canada's Electric Vehicle Availability Standard regulated targets for zero-emission vehicles on my phone right now. It's on their website. They are regulating this. They are mandating this while Canadians are not choosing to buy EVs. EV sales are down 45% in our country right now. And that's okay. Living in a liberal democracy means different people make different choices for their families based on their different needs as they see fit. Why won't the Liberals respect the right of Canadians to choose the vehicle that serves their family best?
Hey! Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
I have a question for the Conservatives. Why in this moment, when we are facing unjustified tariffs from the United States, are they talking down a climate competitive industry that's right here in our country? In fact, globally, if they looked at the reports, including the International Energy Agency's reports, global rates for the purchase of EVs are going up. So this is a growing sector. I hope that they will support it, because we do.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc and Liberals voted against our motion to repeal the ban on gas-powered vehicles. They want to force their lifestyle on everyone without being aware of the reality. This ban would directly penalize regions like mine and many others. In the Saguenay, it's cold. There's not much public transportation compared to major cities. We need our gas-powered vehicles. Why does the Prime Minister want to dictate Canadians what kind of vehicle they have to buy? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I recognize my honourable colleague. He was a coach of a hockey team in the Saguenay, not as good as the one in my riding, but I think he's breathed in the air of a Zamboni. And a Zamboni, there are gas-powered ones, and there are natural gas-powered ones, and there are electric Zambonis. There's a choice of Zambonis, and consumers need to have a choice too, Mr. Speaker. It'll work well for everyone. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Do you know that the average price of a new car is already $66,000? The Liberal mandate to tax gas-powered cars will increase the price by $20,000. Saguenay residents need the freedom to choose the vehicle that meets their needs at an affordable price, and they can't be forced to drive an EV. We need our gas-powered pickup trucks to go into the woods and work, and we want to be sure we can get home at night. Will the Liberals and the Bloc keep undermining our regions? The Honourable Government House Leader. Not only, Mr. Speaker, will we not undermine our regions, we will build our regions. We will build regions like Bécancour, where the auto industry has now expanded and we're electrifying transportation.
Colleagues across the way, there's a guy in Queen's Park. His name is Doug Ford. He supports electric vehicles. He supports an automobile industry in Ontario and across Canada. I suggest maybe they give Doug Ford a call, see what he thinks about EVs.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the Conservatives all voted to make Quebecers pay $814 million in fake carbon rebate checks to Canadians. This was confirmed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who said the funds would clearly come from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. What's worse, Quebecers will have to keep paying. As the PBO said, it's clear that we're paying interest on this because in a deficit situation, every additional expenditure results in additional borrowing. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals and the Conservatives stealing from Quebecers? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very simple. Quebec did not participate in the carbon tax for consumers. The rebate is it's an adjustment for communities and provinces that did have the carbon tax for consumers. Quebec was not a part of that, and so the rebate doesn't apply to them. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, people sometimes ask, what good is the Bloc Québécois? Well, at the very least, it's good to have members of Parliament who don't steal $814 million from Quebecers so they can cut checks to Canadians. There are now 44 Liberals from Quebec, all of whom voted to steal from Quebecers. Just like the 11 Conservatives from Quebec, they all rejected the National Assembly's unanimous demand to pay the money back to Quebec. Clearly, they don't stand up for Quebecers. So the real question is not what good is the Bloc, it's more like what good are those other guys? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. The the carbon tax did not apply in Quebec, and so the rebate didn't apply either. It's quite simple.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
The CMHC released May's housing starts, and predictably for this government, the outlook is not good. In Belleville, starts are down over 50 points, and in Toronto, nearly 60%. This minister's staggering ignorance of the plight of everyday Canadians is not surprising when you remember that he's not only stuck up in his ivory tower here in Ottawa, but sitting on a massive $10 million real estate portfolio. Mr. Speaker, why is this housing minister telling young Canadians that home prices don't need to go down? Is he unable or unwilling?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we are well aware of the challenges Canadians have with housing affordability. That's why they elected us to represent them and drive the pace of housing construction in Canada. That's what we will do. That's what we will deliver. We've already delivered on the GST break for first-time home buyers. We're going to take it farther and faster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Tell that to the young Canadians that cannot afford a home, Mr. Speaker. For a decade, this Liberal government has continuously failed to address housing crisis with solutions. To add insult to injury, they've appointed a minister who has a significant interest in seeing housing prices soaring sky high. Yep. Mr. Speaker, this housing minister is actually part of the problem. That's Mr. Right. Speaker, how can Canadians actually trust a government that cannot lower housing costs and a minister who has personal interest in keeping prices high and young Canadians in the basement?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians remember when Pierre Poilievre stood in front of a woman's house, a Canadian women's house in Niagara Falls and called it a shack. I remember when Pierre Poilievre stood in this house and called the co-op where I grew up Soviet-style housing. Now, if that wasn't enough, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are stigmatizing modern, modular, affordable housing as shipping containers. Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives have voted against every single measure to support lower-income families to be able to access affordable housing. And, Mr. Speaker, it's people like me that grew up in the type of housing that those Conservatives want to insult. But that's pretty ironic given that, despite not getting re-elected, Mr. Speaker, Pierre Poilievre continues to live in taxpayer-funded government housing.
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals, we've become a country with two kinds of families, those that already own real estate and those that likely never will. But media reports that the housing minister owns real estate worth millions of dollars while he tells Canadians who can't afford a home that prices must not fall. Will this minister and former mayor of one of the most unaffordable places on earth admit that his government spent a decade driving up housing prices and apologize to Canadians for crushing their dreams of home ownership?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this minister has stood up and articulated and represents policies that we debated in an election campaign that will create hundreds of thousands of new homes for Canadians. In the meantime, he will, of course, be in compliance with the very strict ethics code and regulations that we all live under in this House of Commons, and doubting the contrary is frankly unseemly on the part of the member.
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of driving prices up, housing supply has never been worse. According to CMHC, housing starts are down 10% in Vancouver, down 58% in Toronto, down 51% in Hamilton, and down 71% in London. And all these cities receive funding under the Liberals' so-called Housing Accelerator Fund, and their housing starts are falling. Why is this minister protecting real estate investors instead of giving hope to millions of Canadians locked out of home ownership by this government?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member needs to check the facts. The housing starts across Canada are up, almost 280,000 pace this year, which is almost record level. Mr. Speaker, we've been building at strong pace this year and last. We're seeing unprecedented levels of rental housing being constructed for the first time in decades.
Yep.
This government is delivering, and we will take it farther. We will double the rate. Thank you.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow.
Mr. Speaker, the housing minister is part of the problem. He said that housing prices do not need to come down. And now we know why. He has $10 million real estate portfolio, including 3, not 1, 2, but 3 luxury properties. Housing costs have doubled under these Liberals, putting home ownership out of reach for more and more Canadians. How can he sit in his Vancouver penthouse and tell young Canadians that are priced out of the market that prices don't need to come down?
Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's an old saying about people in glass houses. Well, a lot of those Conservative members also have quite a few investment properties. They rent out their units, Mr. Speaker. But another thing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that their leader, Pierre Poilievre, didn't get re-elected, and he continues to live in taxpayer-funded government housing. What's clear, Mr. Speaker, is any time those Conservatives have an opportunity to support lower-income or vulnerable families and their access to truly affordable housing, they vote against every single measure.
The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, I had the pleasure of attending the Seniors Month celebration in my riding of Pickering, Brooklyn. This event brought together dozens of local seniors for an afternoon filled with live music, dancing, light refreshments, and the presentation of Senior of the Year award. It was a vibrant testament to the vital role seniors play in enriching our community. Seniors are the backbone of our town, serving as volunteers, caregivers, and lifelong contributors. So I ask, Mr. Speaker, to the Secretary of State for Seniors, What is our government doing to ensure seniors, especially those on fixed income, can age with dignity, security in communities like mine and across?
The Secretary of State for Seniors.
Member for her advocacy. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that seniors can age with dignity. We have introduced several initiatives that are making a real difference in the lives of seniors. We have provided an OAS increase of 10%, increased the guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors, made dental care available to seniors age 65 and older, and invested in projects under the New Horizons program. We will continue to work with provinces, municipalities, and community partners to ensure that every senior from Pickering to Vancouver Island has what they need to thrive.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
5 to 7 grains of salt, 0.2 milligrams. That's how much fentanyl it takes to kill somebody. So, Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise that Canadians would be shocked when somebody who had 24 grams of fentanyl, enough to kill thousands of people, was sentenced to house arrest. Who do I blame? Again, not the judge, not the prosecutor, not the defense lawyer. I blame these Liberals for their lack of action, for passing Bill C-5. So when will they finally legislate so that people who traffic fentanyl can serve their sentence on the couch?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the fentanyl crisis is responsible for the taking of innocent lives in this country. It's incumbent upon all members of this House to approach this with empathy, but also with a level of seriousness can prevent fentanyl from sweeping through the nation, causing such damage. Going forward, we are going to be implementing a series of reforms that will target violent offenders, repeat offenders, and organized crime, which was responsible for the preponderance of fentanyl in this country. I hope that we can work across the aisle on this important issue to help keep Canadians safe and protect our communities.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, that all sounds great. Unfortunately, that minister voted for Bill C-5 that took away mandatory minimums for people serving their sentence for fentanyl trafficking, for gun trafficking, for extortion with a firearm. Fentanyl is killing people, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers. So will that minister look into this camera, Mr. Speaker, and tell people whose children are victims, people who have died from fentanyl, will he look into that camera and tell them that he will legislate to end this insanity?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it's essential that we approach this level with the seriousness with which it deserves, including respect for decisions that have come from courts in this country. As we move forward, we're going to work in a manner that will ensure serious crimes will be treated seriously and serious offenders will be punished seriously. Mr. Speaker, I hope we can avoid turning something as serious as the fentanyl crisis into a partisan issue for political gain and instead work to advance measures in a collaborative manner to help protect Canadians, their families, and communities in every region of this country.
Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
A worker at a so-called safe injection site in Toronto helped someone literally try to get away with murder. Her sentence was a house arrest sentence with educational programming and daily trips to the gym. Par for the course from these lawless Liberals who care more about criminals than victims and think bail should be as easy to get as free drugs. So when will these Liberals stop ignoring pleas from Canadians to fix the justice system and clean up the streets?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it is beyond reprehensible that a member of this House would accuse another member of caring more about criminals than Canadians. We should be able to work together to certainly punish wrongdoers, but also give law enforcement the tools that they need to keep their community safe. We have been giving tools to law enforcement, so we don't only punish wrongdoers after a crime has been committed, but we prevent it in the first instance. I want to thank the law enforcement officials who've been in the news recently for the various busts that they've been responsible for bringing people to justice. I hope we can work together across partisan lines to advance important reforms to the criminal justice system later this year that will help further protect our communities.
Honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
If the minister doesn't want to be criticized for caring more about criminals than victims, he should look at his own government's record. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals adjourned the Justice Committee meeting yesterday after 16 minutes to start their summer vacation without tabling or discussing a single motion or bill related to justice. Violent crime is up 50%. Opioid overdose is up 200%. Health officials in my riding are warning about carfentanil on the streets of Elgin County. People are dying and those are responsible are walking free. When will these Liberals table a crime bill and focus on that instead of their summer break?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the member's eyes betray him, but we are here and ready to work to advance reforms to protect our community. Yesterday, at the Justice Committee, though the accusation is there was an attempt to get home early for summer, what actually happened was a Conservative member was seeking to advance reforms that would have made it easier for people who've been charged with intimate partner violence to get out on bail. I think that is a bad idea, Mr. Speaker, and I'm willing to stay here and work to protect the victims of intimate partner violence and to advance reforms that will punish wrongdoers. Once again, it is not about caring more about criminals than Canadians, but it seems that member cares more about his social media clicks than he does about advancing.
The Honourable Member for Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is up 357%. The Trudeau Liberals voted down our common-sense Conservative bill that enforces a 3-year mandatory minimum penalty for extortion and restores a 4-year minimum penalty for extortion involving a non-restricted firearm. Why? Because it was repealed by the Liberals in their Bill C5. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister finally adopt the Conservative plan to crack down on violent extortion?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Toronto Police Service, Durham Police, and of course my friend who represents York Regional Police, and the OPP for their work to dismantle an organized crime group operating in the tow truck industry. Project Yankee has resulted in the seizure of firearms, vehicles, the arrest of 20 individuals, and more than 100 criminal charges, including multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder. Another day, another criminal organization dismantled by law enforcement. Canada's new government will always be there to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. 10 feminicides since the beginning of the year in Quebec. 5 in 5 weeks, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, a woman was killed in Vaudreuil-Dorion. She was in a situation where there was a toxic relationship, a violent relationship. The system abandoned her like so many others before her. When will the Prime Minister fix the errors of his predecessor, Mr. Trudeau, who contributed to leaving these women without protection?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian should feel safe in their community, especially in their home. We will automatically revoke gun licenses for individuals convicted of intimate partner violence offenses and those subject to protection orders. We are delivering on the recommendations made by the Mass Casualty Commission related to community safety, policing, and countering gender-based violence. The implementation of the National Action Plan to combat gender-based violence continues to support the work of building a Canada free of gender-based violence that supports victims, survivors, and their families, no matter where they live.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. The facts are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Under the Liberals, violence against women keeps going up. By maintaining Justin Trudeau's bills C5 and C75, this government is choosing to protect criminals instead of victims. In the meantime, women are living in fear. This government needs to look at itself and understand that it is responsible for the problem. When will the Prime Minister act, change these laws, and ensure the safety of all women in Canada, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. I'm very emotional rising in the House on this subject. I'm standing here as part of this Liberal government because up until March this year, the Liberal government worked tirelessly to reduce the danger of firearms for Canadians by investing in that area and by banning assault weapons. There's more that needs to be done. We need to go as far as we can. That's what a government does when it fights crime.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
New reports from the Department of National Defence confirm today that less than 50% of the equipment used by our armed forces is operational. Only 46% of our Navy ships are seaworthy, and less than half of our land vehicles and aircraft needed by our Army and Air Force are even serviceable. While the Prime Minister makes grandiose claims of fixing our armed forces, the actual numbers tell a very different story. Money without results will not defend Canada's sovereignty. Why should anyone believe this Prime Minister when his own Defence Department contradicts his promises?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. In the last decade, we've tripled our defence spending. We're investing $72 billion through our defence policy update, $40 billion through NORAD modernization, $11 billion to train our next generation of aviators. We're procuring 200 new aircraft, 12 submarines, 6 Arctic and offshore patrol ships, 2 joint support ships, and so much more. Now more than ever, it's time to support and equip our forces with what they need to meet the challenges we face.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, throwing money at the problem doesn't fix the problem. The facts show that the lost Liberal decade has reduced the capabilities needed by the armed forces to protect Canada today. Last year, the department said it would meet their targets this year, but now the Liberals have kicked the can down the road for another 7 years before the operations of the armed forces will be up to standard. Under the Liberal watch, our armed forces simply don't have the tools they need to do the job to deal with today's growing threats. The Prime Minister's talk is cheap. Where is the plan?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced $4.5 billion yesterday for our efforts in Ukraine.
That's right.
We've committed to reduce overall government spending by more than $15 billion, Mr. Speaker, while ensuring the services and the supports that Canadians rely on are there. We have exceptional expert staff dedicated to meeting our priorities, but we also sometimes rely on outside expertise. The member knows this, but we're committed to doing so in a transparent and fiscally responsible way. Any potential reductions, Mr. Speaker, in spending are being considered carefully, and minimizing the impact of military readiness is the driving force behind each decision.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 4 Canadians avoid visiting a dentist because of the cost and accessibility. Delaying preventive care can have wide-reaching impact, including more expensive treatments, worsening health outcomes, and lost productivity. Can the Minister of Jobs and Family please update Canadians on our plan to deliver dental care to uninsured Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells for this important question. In the last elections, Canadians chose to place their vote with a party that knows that Canada is strong when we take care of each other. As of May 29, 2025, all eligible Canadians can now apply for the Canadian Dental Care Plan. And to date, Mr. Speaker, 4 million Canadians have been approved for coverage, and over 2 million have received care, including people in my community of Thunder Bay Superior North. So for more information, visit canada.ca/dental.
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, David Eby, the Premier of British Columbia, has doubled down and made the plan for BC Ferries to purchase 4 new vessels from a Chinese state-owned enterprise, his own. The Minister of Transport has said they will give BC Ferries $36 million this year. Will the Minister commit today that she will personally guarantee that not 1 cent of this transfer will go to this Chinese shipyard? Or will she stand up against David Eby's moral failure to support Canadian jobs in steel and shipbuilding and make this transfer conditional on BC Ferries to support jobs here in this great country?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I share the concern, the anger of other members of this House about the purchase of Chinese ferries. I have written to the province of BC to make clear that the federal government support for BC Ferries, which is explicitly for operating support, must not be used for anything other than the operation of ferries. We owe it to the people of BC to support the operation of their ferries. We also owe it to the people of Canada to support Canadian shipbuilding, Canadian steel, and Canadian...
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West South Kelowna.
So she's just going to write a check to them with no conditions, Mr. Speaker. So during the election, they were all elbows up and talking about Team Canada in the face of unjustified American tariffs on steel and aluminum. And I thought it was bad enough that the government has been elbows down since the election on protecting Canadian jobs. But now, does the government not see that by going along to get along with David Eby, that they're not on Team Canada, but on Team China?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, my answer was very clear, as have been my previous answers on this question. Federal government support goes only for operating costs. The federal government has no authority over BC Ferries. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to object in the strongest possible terms about an insult to a premier of a Canadian province and a suggestion that a Canadian premier would act in the interests of China and not of Canada. All of our premiers are patriots, as are all members of this House.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The BC Ferries deal didn't sink Canadian shipbuilders, Mr. Speaker. Ottawa did. Our shipbuilding unions say Canadian companies couldn't bid because federal policies stacked the deck against them. It's the federal government's job to set fair conditions so provinces can build at home. But all this government does is rearrange Liberal deck chairs. So, Mr. Speaker, what I want to know is this. Will the Liberals fix their broken policies, or are we going to just keep waving goodbye to good Canadian jobs from the dock?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some confusion among the Conservative MPs about what is provincial jurisdiction and what is federal jurisdiction. There is no such confusion on this side of the House. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform all members of this House that I have instructed all of the entities under control of transport to buy Canadian, and where that is not possible, to buy reciprocally from free trade partners who give Canada access to their government procurement. That's what we should all be doing at all levels.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Earlier this week, Peel Police announced the outcome of Project Outsource, an 11th month project that has led to multiple arrests connected with extortions, shootings, and fraud. This affects my community and others. Can the Secretary of State for Combating Crime speak to the actions that the government is taking to crack down on organized crime, protect our streets, and keep Canadians safe?
Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the honourable member from Mississauga Lakeshore for his question, and to thank Chief Nishan Duriappa, who's here in Ottawa today to collaborate with our new government on public safety, and to thank the dedicated officers of Peel Police who, through Project Outsource, have dealt a significant blow against criminal networks responsible for intimidating and harming members of our community. The Strong Borders Act is giving police across the country the tools needed to replicate the success of Project Outsource. Organized crime should be on high alert. Canada's new government will do what it takes to dismantle their network, seize their guns.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, as a retired police officer who has served on the front lines for nearly 3 decades, I have seen firsthand the damage violent criminals can do, especially when the justice system fails to hold them accountable. Today, extortion is up nearly 400%, and that is not a coincidence. The Liberals repealed mandatory minimums and gutted the Bail Reform Act. They even voted down a Conservative bill to restore serious penalties for extortion involving firearms. My former colleagues are working the front lines begging for help. Will the Prime Minister finally listen and adopt the Conservative plan to crack down on violence?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, first let me acknowledge and thank my honourable colleague for his years of service to promote public safety in this country. I will say, however, Mr. Speaker, that we are working alongside police forces and federations representing frontline members to understand the needs of frontline officers to ensure they have the resources to help communities keep communities safe. In addition, we are moving forward with a series of reforms that are going to strengthen sentencing regimes for violent repeat offenders, as well as addressing needs of the bail system, particularly targeting home invasions, human trafficking, auto theft, and other offences related to organized crime. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to work with that honourable member and benefit from his experience as we advance these important reforms.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia is ready to negotiate a pharmacare deal, but it's still waiting on an invitation from Health Canada. Yet the Prime Minister hasn't committed to expanding pharmacare for all Canadians. Access to essential medications shouldn't depend on where you live or your private coverage. With the job losses from Trump's trade war, the need for public medication coverage is clear. Will this Liberal government commit to delivering universal pharmacare for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from the opposition for his question, and I can assure him that we are working closely with the provinces and territories to give the best healthcare system possible to Canadians.
And that is the end of question period. I think 2 points of order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I have in my hands, Mr. Speaker, a document entitled Canada's Electrical Vehicle Standard with a timeline where it says that the requirements increase to 1.
I don't think so. I don't think so. There's no unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
The Minister of Transport said she wrote a letter to David Eby.
Sorry, we can't hear. Sorry, the mic doesn't seem to be on. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Could the Honourable Member repeat that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would ask the Minister of Transport to table her letter that she referred to in question period today to David Eby out of respect for transparency.
A point of order, I'm afraid. So,
Don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid, but it's an expression. It's an expression. Okay. Daily routine of business. It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 38(3.3) of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2025. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement between Canada and the European Union amending Annex B of the Agreement on Civil Aviation Safety between Canada and the European Union, done at Washington on June 12, 2024. As well, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Air Transport, done at Ottawa on March 5th, 2025, at Abuja on May 21st, 2025.
Here, I was waiting for those.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Ananga Sangri, seconded by Ms. Joly, asks for leave to table an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act and making consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Ananda Sangri, seconded by Ms. Joly, proposes that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi...
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Ms. Kwan seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Office of the Ombudsman for Ombudsperson for the Department of Citizenship and Immigration and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce a private member's bill to establish an independent Ombuds Office for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada with a mandate to examine the department's practices to ensure that they are fair, equitable, unbiased, non-racist and non-discriminatory. Thanks to the member of to the member for Rosemont Le Petit for seconding the bill and for defending the values of fairness, justice, and equality. New Democrats know that immigration is an exercise in nation building. But shortcomings in addressing biases, unfairness, and racism at IRCC undermine this goal. If passed, this bill would create a dedicated oversight body to ensure fairness and accountability within IRCC and with an Ombuds office who can serve as an impartial entity to address individual complaints and concerns, a gap in the system that every member in this House will know about. This office would also have a mandate to review concerns about differential treatment and discriminatory practices within IRCC and be empowered to look at trends and patterns to identify systemic issues. Trust in Canada's immigration system depend upon it being just, effective, and equitable for all. I hope all members of this House will agree and support this bill.
Seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Cessation of Refugee Protection. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I rise to introduce a private member's bill to repeal the unjust and unfair conservative laws targeting refugees and protected persons in Canada. And my thanks again to my colleague, my NDP colleague, the member from Rosemont Le Petit for seconding this bill. In 2012, the Conservatives brought in Bill C-31, an unjust and punitive bill. It amended the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, giving CBSA and the Department of Justice the power to retroactively bring cessation applications against permanent residents of Canada, such as if refugees and protected persons have re-availed themselves of protection by temporarily traveling back to their country of origin. That means people are unable to travel back for any reason, no matter how much time has passed, no matter how whether the conditions in their country has changed, no matter that they have resettled permanently in Canada, had children, established their families in the community, they cannot travel back to even visit for one last time a dying loved one without risking the loss of their permanent status. These cessation provisions are wrong and unjust, and I hope that the members in this House will support this bill and bring forward just policies for refugees.
Kwan, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Renewable Energy Strategy. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce the National Renewable Energy Strategy Act. I thank my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie for seconding this legislation and all his work to protect our environment. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has been clear that we must cut global greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050 to avert catastrophic global climate change. The time for action is now. That means implementing solutions for clean energy and transitioning away from fossil fuels. While we do this, we must ensure that workers are not left behind. Jobs in Canada's clean energy sector are projected to grow by nearly 50% by 2030, and the industry's GDP contribution is on track to reach $100 billion by the end of this decade. This legislation would accelerate our transition to a clean energy future by requiring that the Minister of Natural Resources develop and implement a national strategy to ensure 100% of electricity generated in Canada comes from renewable energy sources by 2030. I call on all parliamentarians to support this vital initiative for our country and for our planet.
TV's Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read? Sorry about that. When shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Mr. Johns, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Marine Liability Act, National Strategy Respecting Pollution Caused by Shipping Container Spills. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce a bill today that would amend the Marine Liability Act to require the development and implementation of a national strategy to address pollution caused by shipping container spills. In 2016, when 35 shipping containers fell from the Hanjin Seattle into the ocean off of the coast of Vancouver Island, the government didn't have an emergency response plan in place or resources that were available to rapidly respond. In 2021, when 109 shipping containers fell from the Zim Kingston into the ocean, again off the coast of Vancouver Island, the government still didn't have an emergency response plan or proper equipment to respond. And if a spill were to happen today, the government, again, would not be prepared to respond. So volunteers have been cleaning debris off our shores for years, following shipping containers, finding items like refrigerators, urinal mats, and inflatable toys, lost containers with styrofoam, plastic items, and toxic chemicals that continue to pollute our marine ecosystems. And with climate change making extreme weather events more common, it's essential that Canada has a strategy in place to prevent shipping container spills and to respond rapidly and effectively when they happen. This bill seeks to begin that work before the next disaster happens. I'm thankful to my colleague, the MP for Rosemont, Le Petit Patrie, for seconding this bill and for his ongoing work to build a cleaner, more sustainable future. And I hope all members will support this very important bill. Thank you.
Mr. John, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising regarding the establishment of a national strategy on brain injuries in Bill C-206. And there has been discussions between parties, and I'm hoping, if you seek it, that we're looking for agreement to adopt the following motion by unanimous consent, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-206...
There doesn't seem to be unanimous consent. Motions, motion, présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Okay. Well, let's start with the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today regarding recommendation 430 of the House of Commons Finance Committee, removing the advancement of religion as a recognized charitable purpose under the Income Tax Act. Petitioners recognize that religious charities in Canada provide vital services to society, including food banks, care for seniors, newcomer support, etc. Freedom of religion and belief in fundamental rights are fundamental rights in Canada, protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and singling out or excluding faith-based charities from the charitable sector based on religious belief undermines the diversity and pluralism foundation of Canadian society. So the undersigned are asking the government to reject recommendations 420 and 430 of the House of Commons Finance Committee's pre-budget report, refrain from including these recommendations in the federal budget or any related legislation, and affirm the charitable status of faith-based organizations whose work flows from sincerely held beliefs and whose contributions serve the common good of Canada. Thank you.
Honourable petitions. The honourable member for Mission Mascui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present petition on behalf of my constituents who are alarmed about the increase in repeat violent offenders being released on bail. The petitioners have witnessed a sharp increase in car theft, gang violence, and drug-related deaths. Violent crime has increased by 50%. Violent gun crime has surged by 116%. In 2022, 256 Canadians were tragically killed by people out on bail thanks to liberal policies of catch-and-release policies under Bill C-75. Police officers are increasingly powerless to protect the public. The petitioners are calling on the Minister of Justice to urgently reform Canada's bail laws and restore safety on our streets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of petitioners from Oxford County who are raising concerns about the Finance Committee's recommendation 430, which would strip charitable status potentially from our places of worship and from religious organizations. The petitioners are raising concerns, especially because these organizations and houses of worship do so much good work in our communities. They help with food banks. They help resettle newcomers to our country. They help with those that need support the most vulnerable. And they're calling on the government and all legislators to reject any attack on religious organizations and their ability to practice their faith openly, freely, to support Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a couple of petitions to present today. The first petition is on behalf of petitioners who are calling for a federal budget. They say that a federal budget is a critical tool for ensuring transparency and accountability in government spending and priorities. They also state that Canadians are facing significant economic uncertainty, including inflation, housing pressures, cost of living challenges, and they deserve to see the government's financial plan to address these issues. And they also say that delaying the presentation of the budget undermines the ability of Parliament and the public to scrutinize and debate the government's fiscal policies. Therefore, they have called on the government to present a budget before the House rises this spring. The second petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who have presented this petition. They are concerned about recommendations 429 and 430 in the Finance Committee's pre-budget consultation report. These recommendations call for the removal of the charitable status of religious organizations. The petitioners warn that this could harm faith-based charities, including food banks, seniors' homes, newcomer supports, mental health programs, youth programs, all of these which are vital programs rooted in our community. They note that the freedom of religion is protected by the Charter, and targeting these organizations based on religious beliefs erodes Canada's foundations. The petitioners urge the government to reject these recommendations and uphold the charitable status of faith-based organizations across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today on behalf of constituents in my riding. We're petitioning the government around really a common sense idea here, whereas the cell phone number known as *16 is used to contact the Canadian Coast Guard in the event of water-related emergencies. It's currently voluntarily and only available in some regions of Canada. So therefore, the petitioners are calling upon the government of Canada to expand the *16 number by making it accessible Canadian-wide by compelling all telecommunications companies to recognize *16 to contact the Canadian Coast Guard in the event of water-related emergencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have another petition. Petitions the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In light of the humanitarian crisis and genocide taking place in Gaza, the petitioners are calling for the government to one, publicly and unequivocally reject the militarized aid model currently used in Palestine, to demand the full restoration of access for UN agencies and established humanitarian NGOs, including UNRWA and the World Food Programme, to insist on safe and immediate entry for Canadian healthcare workers and other international humanitarian personnel to Palestine, to withhold Canadian funding from any entity or model that does not comply with the principles of neutrality, impartiality, independence, and humanity, and lastly, to ensure that all Canadian aid to Gaza is delivered through internationally recognized humanitarian channels.
Excellent. We'll move on to questions on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Here, here.
Agreed? Agreed. Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. Do I call his name? Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? I wish to agreed. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate on Bill C2, the Strong Borders Act.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House has 15 and a half minutes remaining in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure it is to be able to stand and rise and speak again about the importance of Bill C2. It's a continuation of sorts. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important for us to recognize that C2 is a very important piece of legislation in which we've actually had discussions on, not necessarily C2, but the issues. The primary purpose of C2 in addressing many of the concerns that were raised in the last election. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we put it into a more of a holistic approach at dealing with what has been the #1 issue for the Prime Minister of Canada and, in fact, the entire Liberal caucus. And I've had opportunity to expand upon that at great length in the last few days. And that is, of course, taking a look at Bill C2, Bill C5, and what it is that the Prime Minister has been doing virtually since April 28, Mr. Speaker. To give it that kind of a perspective, I believe allows members to get a better understanding as to why it is that this legislation is so important for all Canadians. It's interesting, you know, we have the Canadian Police Association that has come on side indicating that they strongly support the legislation. And I think that says something in itself, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that I would emphasize at the beginning is to amplify the fact that, you know, Liberals are very much concerned about individual rights. In fact, it was a Liberal government that brought in the Charter of Rights. The issue of privacy is something that we take very seriously, Mr. Speaker. But we also want to deal with the issues that Canadians have been asking us to deal with specifically during the last election. And Bill C2 does that. Let's reverse it a little bit where we have the Prime Minister talking about building one Canadian economy. And where that comes from, Mr. Speaker, is during the election, Canadians were concerned about Donald Trump, the tariffs, and trade. And you will recall that the criticism that was being leveled by the President of the United States towards Canada was the issue of fentanyl, of our borders not being secure. I remember back late last year talking about Canada has a strong, healthy border. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives constantly criticized the border and the efforts of the government in trying to explain that we had strength within our borders. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if we take a look at it, contrast Pierre Poilievre when he sat in cabinet, and I've made reference to this in the past, Mr. Speaker, when he sat in the cabinet, and when you talk about the border, the first thing that comes to mind with anyone that has any sort of parliamentary history over the last 20 years is that Pierre Poilievre was a part of a government that cut supports to Canada's border security. Hundreds of millions of dollars and hundreds of personnel. Hundreds of personnel. Now, contrast that to the previous Justin Trudeau administration, where you saw an enhancement of the border, enhancement of border control. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we needed to be able to at least deal with the issues by ultimately, I'll use one of the words the member is saying, enhancing our border security, to even make it stronger, Mr. Speaker. And that's what Bill C-2 does. It addresses an issue that was an irritant, if I can put it that way, to Donald Trump. There are a number of measures that were actually put into place. Under this Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister and the new administration, what we have seen is a tangible investment of $1.3 billion, a commitment of 1,000 new border control or CBSA personnel, Mr. Speaker, 1,000 additional RCMP officers. This is a tangible commitment from a budgetary measure, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that will make a difference. It addresses many of the concerns in itself in terms of providing the type of supports that are necessary, the physical supports of personnel. Extend that now to what we have today. Legislation, substantial legislation, that is there to complement the budgetary allotment of $1.3 billion. That's as an investment in providing safe and secure borders, Mr. Speaker. When I say you have to take a look at it from a bigger picture, I believe it's all part of addressing concerns that Stephen Harper failed to deal with completely when Pierre Poilievre was around that cabinet table and that Conservative caucus, and improving upon the previous administration, Mr. Speaker, with Justin Trudeau. What we have now before us through this legislation is yet another aspect of building a stronger and healthier country, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister often talks about having the strongest country economically in the G7. And this is, in fact, a part of that. I say it's a part of it. You know, one just needs to take a look at the highly successful G7 conference we just had, where I believe the Prime Minister handled it exceptionally well. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we were able to talk about some of the measures that we have taken to address some of the shortcomings from the past. Support for our borders is one of them. The military investment is another one. For how many years were we being challenged to provide that military support? Why all of this is important is because when we're sitting at the table, I think that we're sitting at the table from a point of view of strength. We can say that we have beefed up our borders by investing $1.3 billion. We can say that we have introduced substantial legislation. We can say that we've met the United Nations 2% GDP requirement. Issues that have been raised in the past reflect in terms of what it is that Canada has our natural resources and commodities, the people of Canada. We are coming from a very strong background, if I can put it that way, going to the table. That's why I believe that C2 is also very important. It's not just about the national security. I think it builds upon the bigger picture of having that stronger, healthier economy in general. When you take a look at some of the specifics, I made reference to the fact that the National Police Association supporting the legislation. There's a very good reason why they're doing that, Mr. Speaker. Because these actions do demonstrate that to our local, domestic, and international partners that we take our borders seriously, and we want to start dealing in a more tangible way with things such as fentanyl, auto theft, human trafficking, irregular migration, transnational organized crime. These are very important issues, Mr. Speaker. And we do have an administration that is very much focused and putting a great deal of energy in dealing with those issues. And I look forward to ultimately see this legislation pass and go into committee. I know there are people that have concerns, and at the end of the day, some of that concern comes from, I would suggest to you, misinformation from the Conservative Party. And the best example I could give of that is something that was referenced when the bill was first brought in. I was listening to members comment from the Conservative Party. And if you listen to what Conservative members were saying, is, oh my goodness, this legislation is going to allow, the police and letter carriers to open up people's mail. That all they have to do is virtually open up any letter that they want to. I think most Canadians would be very surprised to find that law enforcement agencies did not have the authority to ultimately even go and receive a warrant to be able to open up a letter that's being in transport. That for the very first time through this legislation, you're going to actually be able to have a law enforcement officer through a general warrant that has been justified, be able to open up a letter where in fact it's been warranted, Mr. Speaker. I do not see that as an invasion of privacy, because it has to go through checks and balance and a process to protect the individual's privacy. But yet it makes a substantial difference. Imagine, if you will, anyone could put into an envelope fentanyl and mail it anywhere in the country. Under the current system, the police could do nothing about it, or a law enforcement officer couldn't do anything about it. Once it arrives, yes, but nothing while it's in transport or in between destinations, Mr. Speaker. I think most Canadians would be very surprised with that. So contrary to the misinformation that we witnessed the other day when the Conservatives were talking about the legislation, it's not a free-for-all. Letters are still going to be in confidence. It is no violation of privacy, Mr. Speaker, because you need to protect. There are communities in Canada that are very much concerned about mail that goes into their communities. And it is the illegal things that are put into envelopes. I think it's a legitimate concern. We hear a lot about the issue of extortion. Just last Saturday, I guess it would be Saturday evening, I was sitting in a house around Sanderson, on Sanderson Avenue. And the individuals there were sharing with me stories of serious extortion, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which we've heard raised inside the House here. Again, this legislation enables additional tools for law enforcement agencies to be able to do more in regards to combating extortion, child abuse, or child pornography. It enables us to see more work being done on the whole file of money laundering and other types of money transactions that are illegal, Mr. Speaker. There's even allowing for or enabling legislation within that allows for more communications with immigration and refugees, enabling provinces and territories and Ottawa to do more in terms of sharing information. Canada is, when you think internationally, is one of the Five Eyes countries, and it allows us to have more sharing of information again through different agencies. I see this as a very healthy positive, Mr. Speaker. So for the individuals that really want to see a stronger and healthier border, where Canadians will be in fact protected more, where we can protect even more so the integrity of our immigration system, dealing with asylum and things of that nature, this is good legislation. And I look forward to the Conservatives recognizing that and allowing the legislation to go to committee at some point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Demain for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I want to give a shout out to somebody who helped me tremendously on my re-election campaign. So to Jesus Bondo, grateful for his help. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to say this. I said this a couple days ago, and nothing changes. So here it is, and now the member from Winnipeg is heckling me. Here he is doing a 20-minute speech. For those watching at home, we have to divide our time between 10-minute and 10-minute speeches. Doing a 20-minute speech while there are Liberals all either watching him or looking down. There are Liberals who I'm sure they are all very capable. I've heard some of them speak, and yet crickets. I almost invite them to put up their hand and say, yes, I would love to speak, and I'd seek unanimous consent to have them speak. Why is it that on such an important bill, he gets up, he gives the speeches, he asks all the questions? What is with the Liberal Party today that only he gets to talk on behalf of them? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, I've heard the member opposite, who was, by the way, was heckling me for the first 5-10 minutes of my comments. But, Mr. Speaker, this member, more than anyone else, I think doesn't necessarily like to hear the truth. Because when it comes to truth and transparency, I'm always happy to be able to talk about the many things that this government has been doing. And there are many members of the Liberal caucus that have stood up and added value to the discussions and the debates. But for some reasons, that particular member seems to be a little offended if I decide to stand up on behalf of whether it's my caucus or on behalf of my constituents to share some thoughts. I would suggest he has the option. He does not have to stay in the chamber if he doesn't want to hear what we have to say, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, I'll try to raise the tone of the debate, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to see you in that seat, but I would have liked to have seen you participate in today's debate, Mr. Speaker, in your former role as critic in this area. I certainly would have liked to have heard what you would have had to say about this bill. But I should say the Liberals are concerned about borders. Well, 10 years later, they've realized that their asylum seeker system isn't working. So there's a step in the right direction here, but it's going to take time, Mr. Speaker. It's going to take time. This is 130-page. It modifies 15 bills. There are several departments that are affected by this bill. So we're going to have to do some good work on this, and I know there won't be closure on this, but there are things that we could do right now that Border Services Agency Union is asking for right now. We could allow agents to patrol outside of their border posts as they're asking for now. Is that a solution that could be possible?
To government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the legislation, what we'll see is in border control agents being able to actually go to a warehouse and have access so that they can actually inspect. There are some very progressive measures within this legislation that border control officers are no doubt very, very pleased about. I think it's a holistic approach at dealing with a number of very serious issues, and that's the reason why I'm anticipating at some point it will go to committee and we'll get all sorts of presentations. And if history has anything to do with it, you will see a government that is actually very much open to ideas and thoughts in terms of how the legislation might actually be improved, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-2 actually gives unprecedented powers without judicial review or warrant for the RCMP or CSIS to access information or demand information to any service provider in the country. It doesn't matter if it is your doctor, if it's your dentist, if it's your landlord, your bank, your psychiatrist. It doesn't matter who it is. They can demand information about when you went to see them, for how long have you seen them. There's nothing to do with border security. How could the member possibly defend this violation of Canadians' privacy?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that within the legislation you will find that the need to share and have access to information between departments and between agencies is something that is in fact necessary, but to imply that there's no sense of accountability or individuals' rights and privacy will be violated, I think is premature at best. I think the members should read the legislation more thoroughly and not necessarily buy into everything that the members of her caucus might be espousing at this point in time. Give the legislation a chance, and we look forward to the presentations that they might make.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Le député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his explanations, which, were great. He went into some detail to discuss some very good ideas, and certainly it's better to look at it that way than just to do a very superficial reading of the bill. But we know that there's a major fentanyl crisis taking place right now, and any agency that's fighting the fentanyl crisis needs to be able to fight, all aspects of that crisis. So could he explain in a little bit more detail, or how can we fight the early stages of the things that can create fentanyl?
Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, and I think it's important that, again, within the legislation, there is a serious attempt to clamp down on clandestine drug production by stopping the flow of precursor chemicals that are used to make fentanyl. That's why I try to amplify the fact that we need to take a holistic approach, and if you do that, Mr. Speaker, there's all sorts of things within the legislation that are there to protect Canadians, and a lot of the fentanyl, it's being imported into the country in different forms, and the legislation deals with that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. And before I begin, I want to give a shout out to someone who helped with my campaign. So Zach Brubaker, thank you very much for everything. Now, Mr. Speaker, this member said during debate, I believe it was last time, one of the many, many times in which he spoke, or perhaps it was in a heckle, I'm not sure, that Canada Post can't open your mail. under this legislation without a warrant. So I'm going to read him the provision, and perhaps he wants to retract that. This is at page 12 of the bill, quote, Section 41, the corporation may open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that. Now, you will note that, end quote, you will note that that is not judicially authorized, and there's no production order, there's no warrant. So perhaps he would like to clarify the record here, because he's been telling people that Canada Post would need a warrant. It's not even the RCMP, it's not even a peace officer. Would he like to clarify the record on this important point, please?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and again, let's go to a flashback and go to the day in which the member is referring to. And what you had is Conservative member after Conservative member giving the false impression that mail is easily violated because a letter carrier, someone sorting at the mail office and so forth. You know, it's all part of that fear factor that the Conservatives like to do. And the reality is that it's not as simple as the Conservative Party tries to portray. There are checks that are put into place to ensure the privacy of the individual is there, Mr. Speaker. And the legislation, what it does is it enables a law enforcement officer to go out and get a general warrant so that they can actually open a letter while it's between destinations. That's
Nous avons le temps pour
We have time for a brief question and a brief answer. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. I'll go quickly, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I asked a question to the member across the way from Winnipeg North. It's not complicated. The Border Services Agency Union is asking, agents and Bloc are asking that that agents be able to patrol outside of their posts. This is something that can be done through regulations. We don't need to go through a bill for this. Why isn't the government making that change now? They don't need to take so much time. This is a change that can be done right now. Why aren't they doing it right away?
Parliamentary Secretary, 30 seconds or less.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect the CBSA has, if the member is correct, has approached the minister, and no doubt that there would be discussions in regards to that. I wouldn't necessarily give up hope. We have a government that is very much proactive at protecting the interests of Canadians and building stronger and healthier borders.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honor to be able to rise in this place, thanks to the support of the great people of Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, many who I've been hearing from about Bill C-2. I will just mention right off the bat that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton, Griesbaugh. You know, Conservatives always supported toughening up our borders and making sure that we are not just securing the borders, but protecting communities and upholding the rights of Canadians. And in this last election campaign, we fought very hard of laying out a message on how to make sure we secure our borders, and that would include adding more border agents. We need at least a couple of thousand more border agents to properly police the border, not just at ports of entry, which is all this bill does in C2, but we want to make sure that they have the power to police the entire border, whether we're looking at illegal immigration, whether we're looking at people that are trying to run fentanyl into our country and other illicit drugs, whether it is human trafficking, and we often see coming across the border is all the illegal guns. And of course, this bill doesn't address this in its entirety, and that's why I have some concerns. Now, we need to make sure that our borders are secure. And in the campaign, our leader, Pierre Poilievre, talked about installing greater border surveillance, including the use of drones and towers, and having more high-powered scanners at both land crossings and at our seaports to ensure that everything that's coming into this country is looked at, so we know whether or not there is contraband being smuggled into this country, especially the ingredients to make fentanyl and other opioids, which are creating, so much tragedy in our communities, on our streets, and really is a sad part that's impacting so many families. And we know that we also need to make sure that we're scanning things leaving this country as well. Nothing in this bill addresses that. So, the theft that we're seeing in automobiles, the illegal exportation of stolen vehicles, that has to stop, and that means that containers need to be scanned, both coming in and going out. Again, nothing is in here. We are concerned that Bill C-2 doesn't address the issue of tracking the departures of those that are in Canada that need to leave. If they fail to meet those dates, then we are going to see them that they're staying in Canada legally and they need to be deported immediately. And this bill does nothing to toughen up penalties for repeat violent offenders. We're talking about stopping human trafficking, gun smuggling, and fentanyl as the main reasons to thicken up our borders and secure them. But the Liberals continue to support soft on crime policies, like making sure that repeat violent offenders can actually have access to catch and release bail policies. We believe in jail, not bail. And they continue to have their multiple murder discounts in sentencing. You know, this is a big bill. It's over 130-some pages, and that in itself makes it an ominous bill. And we now know that the Liberals have been scrambling since the election to try to finally take some conservative policies, put them in. And so we'll continue to support things that do make Canada safer and more secure. But we do have a lot of concerns about how they've continued to have catch and release bills like Bill C-75 in the last Parliament, Bill C-5. And this is the one that, you know, we want to go after gun smugglers, but the Liberals still erroneously vilify law-abiding firearms owners in this country. And instead of going after the criminals that are smuggling guns and increasing the penalties for gun smugglers, which they actually reduced in Bill C-5, we want to make sure that we are actually addressing that issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, other issues that we have in here that I am hearing about is the concern, as we just heard in the previous question, is that Canada Post is going to be given the ability to open mail without the proper charter protected rights that would happen with judicial oversight and warrants. That here is clear in the bill. As we were just talking, section 41 on page 12, the corporation may open mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that, and then list those reasons, which would include drug smuggling. But that still should be done under the authority of a warrant, so that Canada Post just can't go out there and start opening it up. You know, we are also concerned, and I'm hearing about this from my constituents on Part 11, that they're going to limit the amount of cash deposits to $10,000. That impacts on those in the agriculture community especially that want to use cash because they either have, you know, curbside sales with farmers markets. Maybe they're selling livestock and or processed meats, vegetables, other types of horticultural crops out of their yard, and they're collecting cash to do that. And then, you know, a strawberry you pick will collect over $10,000 cash easily in a day. And then this is going to say, no, you can't actually deposit that cash. Cash is still legal tender. And there's ways that we can still enforce the money laundering and terrorist financing rules in this country without going after the legitimate reasons why people collect cash in their day-to-day business activities. Now, you know, I want to spend a little bit of time, you know, there's other parts of this at that's Part 4 and Part 11 on farm gates, Part 14 and 16, there's an erosion on privacy rights and civil liberties of Canadians that I'm hearing about from my constituents. They've been emailing me, messaging me on social media, and we need to actually address that. In my last 4 minutes, I want to talk about Part 5. And Part 5 is to amend the Oceans Act to provide the Coast Guard services would include activities related to security and to authorize the responsible minister to collect, analyze, and disclose information and intelligence. And in that, it provides the power for the minister or any member of the King's Privy Council for Canada to be designated as the Governor-in-Council for the purpose of this section. So this is where we're hearing the transfer of Coast Guard from Fisheries and Oceans over to the administrative powers of the Minister of National Defence. And that's been announced by the Prime Minister. Minister of Defence has talked about it. We've heard from the Chief of Defence Staff and the Vice Chief of Defence Staff on what this is going to look like. We know that the Coast Guard has no interdiction capabilities. It is not a paramilitary organization. It is a civilian organization. They have no guns on board. These ships have no defensive purposes at all. You've got to remember, Coast Guard does search and rescue. They have a lot of science vessels that spend time studying our oceans, and that's important and has to happen. And they will also do transit and transportation assistance by ice breaking in places like the St. Lawrence Seaway. Now, Mr. Speaker, that in itself is all important work that the Coast Guard does. However, it's hard to make the argument that that is in national security or national defense's interest. And this is just another exercise by the Liberals in creative accounting to move government spending from one department into national defense without actually increasing the capabilities of the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, they're not talking about changing the Coast Guard fleet to have them armed up. They're not talking about having the sailors and crew of the Canadian Coast Guard to actually be trained up to use sidearms. We know right now, if the Coast Guard actually comes across somebody that is smuggling in contraband, such as illegal drugs, they have to call the RCMP to come on board to then do the interdiction of those vessels. Same thing, if they saw somebody illegally fishing, they would call the conservation officers with Fisheries and Oceans to come on board to make the interdiction. They would also, if they come across somebody that has entered our waters illegally, either because they're human smuggling or they got lost, then they would call Border Services to come in and process those individuals and make the interdiction. The Coast Guard has absolutely no policing powers or ability to do those interdictions on their own, and it is erroneous to think that the Coast Guard provides any type of security purposes underneath the NATO construct. And I would just caution the government that if they're going to try to count all of the Coast Guard budget under national defense, then they have to actually change the organization so that it can provide those broader services that they're talking about. In the bill, it talks that they're going to support departments, borders, and agencies of the government of Canada through the provision of ship, aircraft, and other services, and security, including security patrols and the collection, analysis, and disclosure of information or intelligence. They don't have that skill set right now. They don't have that ability. The government needs to come clean with Canadians. They need to come clean with NATO and our allies to explain how they can take a civilian organization and decide that this is something that really will improve our national security and our national defense, and will actually increase the lethality and kinetic power of the Canadian Armed Forces, which we know right now, after the lost Liberal decade, that has been broken by the Liberals.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was interested in the member's comments in regards to the military, law enforcement versus the Coast Guard. And I know he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Conservative Minister of Defense a number of years back. And is this an issue that was ever raised within the Conservative government? And if so, could he maybe share with the House in terms of whether it's the Conservative position or his own personal position in regards to what direction would he take the Coast Guard?
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm commenting on is that the government plans on moving Coast Guard under the direction of the Minister of National Defense without actually talking about how they're going to make it a security agency, which it is not. It's a civilian organization. So what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, is that this is something that needs to be clearly identified and described how this would count towards the NATO 2%. When Coast Guard has no capabilities currently to provide that security apparatus, if they're going to now start putting either RCMP and or national defense personnel on board and arm up those ships, then we're talking about something completely different, and we need to understand what that is.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will be simple for my colleague. In his opinion, why and how does he explain that it's taken so much time for the government to take action? Just like my colleague said earlier, they could have done an executive order or made a government decision, and not through this long process of having a bill to take order. Why do we have to wait for President Trump to pull out the big cannons for the government to decide to move forward like this? How come it took so much time? It's not as though there were people already sounding the alarm in this chamber.
Eastman.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question and welcome to the National Defence Committee with me. We're both serving as vice chairs on the National Defence Committee. I know that there has been much debate about how the Liberals have failed on the border, how they ignored the illegal migration like we saw at Roxham Road, like we saw at Emerson, Manitoba, and that they welcomed everybody in with open arms rather than actually trying to fix the third-party agreement. It took them 7 years before they finally fixed the third-party agreement with the United States so that that type of illegal migration would stop. We're back into a similar situation. They waited until Donald Trump started yelling at Canada, especially under Justin Trudeau, to do something about the border, to act. They've had a decade here. I've completely ignored it. Either they ran out of ideas or they are just completely incompetent.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for bringing to the House's attention the issue around just merely transferring the ministry under which the Coast Guard operates from one department to Defence without actually increasing or enhancing the defence capabilities of Canada. Taking a civilian force that undertakes civilian activity and bring it under the authority of the Minister of National Defence doesn't make it a defence organization. Now, we appreciate and we know the vital importance of the Coast Guard, but in order to make it a military force that increases Canada's defence capability, it needs to change. So I'd like him to comment further on that.
Honourable member.
I want to thank my friend from Calgary-Crowfoot for his comment because, the Canadian Coast Guard does an important role. And if they were going to move over national defence and start transitioning it into be a paramilitary organization to actually be able to do interdictions and border security, I'd be very supportive of that. But right now, I just actually want to know if this is anything that means anything in national defence, or is this just more creative accounting by the Liberals, taking expenditures at other departments, ramming it under national defence like they have for the last 7 years, and try to say that's how we're going to reach 2%? That doesn't increase the capabilities and operational readiness of the Canadian Armed Forces in any way, shape, and form. We actually need to see investment in the kinetic equipment that's so desperately needed, like new planes, new tanks, new labs, and new ships. And they're dragging their feet in every time they step up, and they fail to make a difference.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be able to give my first full speech here in this hallowed hall. I'll tell you, it's just amazing to be back. Some of you likely remember I was a Conservative Member of Parliament from 2015 to 2021, and with this being my first full speech since coming back, I'd like to quickly thank a few people who directly helped me, and especially the people of Edmonton-Griesbach. Politics truly is a team sport, and I'm humbled and grateful to each and every person who helped on this amazing journey to defeat the NDP and turn Edmonton-Griesbach Tory blue once again. I've always hated the color orange anyway. I don't think I've got any in my wardrobe. There were hundreds who played a part in the win. That included 1,200 people who bought Conservative Party memberships from me and my team. The nomination campaign itself took a ton of work and dedication. My team and I knocked on thousands of doors, made thousands of calls weekdays and weekends for a year and a half. Thanks to my team members for that. I'm also grateful for my Conservative MP colleagues, some of whom are in this very room, who helped out on this campaign and helped us win the main campaign. Of course, thanks to my wife, Claire Denman, who's always worked right at my side in all campaigns. Most of all, I'm grateful to all the voters of Edmonton-Griesbach who once again chose me to represent them in Ottawa. I can promise you this, I'll always represent you to the best of my ability, regardless of who you voted for. Please reach out to me in my office anytime you need assistance. We are at your service. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing I like better than knocking on doors in politics, and that gives a person the very best feedback possible about what issues are important and the most important to people. And sometimes you get it in very colorful language at that. So in this latest campaign, I heard loud and clear that people were eager for change. They were worried about this country. The biggest fear I heard at the doors is about the rapid rise in crime over the last Liberal decade. This crime threatens all Canadians. But let's talk about the crime just facing the city of Edmonton. Here are a few of the headlines from a search of Google that I did just the last 2 months. I searched for crime in Edmonton and got these troubling headlines from news stories. Killing of woman, 27th, the latest in cluster of Edmonton homicide files. Police investigate homicide of woman fatally stabbed in central Edmonton. Police looking for information about shooting in southeast Edmonton. 2 males, age 14 and 17, were injured. Edmonton man guilty of torching businesses and homes in Alberta Avenue area. Court heard fires were set at behest of notorious slain landlord. More headlines. Death of man found unconscious in northeast Edmonton, considered a homicide. 4 men charged in connection to 2020 homicide in South Edmonton. Edmonton youth, 15, arrested for terrorism-related offense for alleged ties to 764 online network. More headlines. Suspect wanted in connection to 2022 nightclub killing, also charged in fatal 2020 shooting. Second-degree murder conviction and shooting that left victim dying outside Edmonton homeless shelter for 27 hours. Woman facing murder charges after 2 others stabbed in central Edmonton. 2 men charged with first-degree murder after fatal Edmonton shooting. Now that's quite a lot of shocking headlines. And the concern about crime is something I heard time and time again at the doors during the last election campaign. I asked folks this: don't you think the primary responsibility of a government is to make sure its citizens are safe, that they can walk around in their communities day and night safely? Folks heartily agreed with that. But the Liberals over there across the floor have done nothing to truly protect us. Their soft on crime, turn the other cheek attitude is a hopeless failure. They continue to defend Trudeau's Bill C-5 and C-75, despite that those bills have unleashed a crime wave. That's evident from the headlines I just read. You want to see the result? Just go to downtown Edmonton and look around. Or check out the challenges we're seeing in Edmonton's Chinatown. Rampant open drug use and social disorder is literally killing mom and pop businesses. Or ride the city's light rail transit at night, if you dare. I was at a community event in our riding of Edmonton-Griesbach just the other weekend, and I asked this. I said, raise your hand if you feel safe walking in your community alone at night. Raise your hand if you feel safe riding transit alone. Mr. Speaker, in the whole audience, nobody put up their hands that I could see except 2 Edmonton City councillors and a lone NDP MLA. People deserve better. They deserve to be safe in their communities. We Conservatives will continue to push Liberals to stop coddling criminals, to push for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders, to stand up for the rights of victims, not criminals. Despite all of this evidence of crime, the crime wave facing Canadians, the Liberal government is still avoiding the key causes of it. The catch and release bail system is a big problem. Instead of addressing that, this Liberal government is going after your civil liberties. Bill C-2 gives the government the power to search your mail on a whim. This doesn't help catch criminals. This bill is referred to as the Strong Borders Act, but there's poison aplenty in it. It makes a host of changes this government never ran on in the last election campaign, such as those dealing with immigration. So many problems, I don't even have time to address them all. The Liberals will probably respond to the speech claiming Conservatives don't care about strong border protection because we dare to criticize their beloved bill. But it's their government that oversaw a 632% increase in U.S. Border Patrol encounters. People illegally attempting to enter the United States from Canada. This bill will not make Canadians safer. Breaching our civil liberties by searching our mail for fentanyl isn't the solution. If they really wanted fentanyl off the streets, why not punish the criminals supplying it? If they really cared about safety, why not bring in mandatory prison sentences for fentanyl traffickers? We are once again in a crisis created by the Liberal government who seem clueless on how to fix their own mistakes. Voters nationwide wanted change. From the 10 years of Liberal failures led by Justin Trudeau, 8 million people voted for our Conservative candidates. But in the end, Liberals won a majority government. Voters were told that this election really wasn't a fourth term for Justin Trudeau's Liberals, but just because you say something isn't true doesn't make it so. My dad used to always warn me about people who overpromise and underdeliver. He'd say, son, mark my words, be careful of carnies who make big promises. He was talking about circus carnies, I think. He always warned me to not get fooled by hucksters at carnivals. Liberals need to deliver on their election promises. I promise you this, Conservatives will keep pushing them to do so.
Before we go to questions and comments, questions et commentaires, just a reminder to members, especially new returning, I guess veteran returning members, that we cannot do indirectly what we cannot do directly, including making references with the Prime Minister's last name to a different occupation that may or may not be happening in certain environments. The member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Edmonton raising the issues of his observations of crime in his community, gun crime, violent crime, numerous other troubling incidences, along with public safety issues. I was just in Edmonton about a month ago, and to be honest, it reminded me a lot of Hamilton. Very similar issues. Certainly the federal government has a role to play, as do municipalities. I know the member opposite was a former municipal mayor as well. But I'm wondering, both Alberta and Ontario are Conservative-run provinces. What role does the member see provinces having in combating crime in partnership with the federal government and municipalities? Thank you.
The member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thanks for that promotion. I was actually a city councillor, but I did run for mayor at one time. I think we all have to play a part in it. But certainly the federal government has a great deal of power to do something about crime. And one of the things that really galls a lot of people in my particular riding is that you see people being released on bail to violent people being released on bail only to reoffend. And you know that is one thing that the federal government has a direct role in doing something about, and we need them to do something about it. I mean, people are constantly telling me about this.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Le député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-2 obviously contains a number of parts. It amends a number of acts and also gives Canada Post the ability to inspect certain parcels being sent abroad. And we remember that was one of the reasons given for not being able to crack down on auto theft through the Port of Montreal. So, but there's nothing about the increase in the number of border agents. The CBSA union tells us that there is a shortage of agents, and that makes it impossible to inspect containers to counter auto theft. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, yes, again, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to try to go after fentanyl through the mails, but the real problem is it's coming in a far larger area through containers and so forth, and so are the precursor chemicals. So really, this whole thing, finding fentanyl in the mail, that's a a tiny fraction of what's inflicting this country. So we really have to look at the container vessels and start inspecting. Just do a job inspecting.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. I want to give a shout out to somebody who helped my campaign a tremendous amount, and that was Mr. Spencer Paul. Thank you to Spencer. To my honourable colleague, and I wonder if you would agree with my sentiment, which is that the Liberals have just allowed a porous border. And at the same time, they haven't dealt with guns, they haven't dealt with trafficking, they haven't dealt with bail, and yet none of those things are here. So it's like they've created a mess and they've put an omnibus bill here before us. Does he see that as somewhat a bit rich, given that the Liberals aren't also dealing with these things that they've created and made a mess of?
Honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
I would certainly concur, Mr. Speaker. When the Liberals talk about guns, it's always the law-abiding gun owner that takes the brunt of their interference and so forth, and those are not the people who are causing the crime. My colleague is quite right. We've got to go after the real criminals and stop coddling them like Liberals seem to love to do.
Before we go to resuming debate, just a reminder to members now, the length of speeches will be adjusted pursuant to Standing Order 43 and 74, so there will be 10-minute speeches with 5 minutes of questions and comments, which means you do not need to say you are sharing your time, que vous partagez votre temps. The member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House for the first time in debate. I am filled with a profound sense of gratitude and humility to represent the constituents of Pickering, Brooklyn, a diverse and thriving community encompassing the entirety of City of Pickering, as well as the northern region of Ajax, Whitby, including the vibrant community of Brooklyn. I'm deeply honored by the trust that the people have placed in me. This is not merely a privilege, but a solemn obligation. I pledge to discharge my duties with integrity and diligence, and to bring the voices, aspirations, and concerns of my constituents to this chamber with the same commitment that guides my many years of service as a school board trustee and as a city councillor. Mr. Speaker, as I take my place in this chamber, I do so with deep awareness of the challenges and the responsibilities that lie ahead, not only for me personally, but for all of us entrusted with public office. The people of Pickering, Brooklyn, like so many Canadians, are proud of their communities, hopeful for their future, and clear-eyed about the realities that we may confront. Among these, few issues are as urgent or as foundational to our national well-being as safety and security of our borders and our neighborhoods. These matters strike at the core of public trust, community confidence, and national sovereignty. It is with this sense of purpose that I will address the critical importance of strengthening border security and enhancing public safety for the families and communities for whom I am honored to represent. Mr. Speaker, Pickering, Brooklyn is a tapestry of natural beauty, growth, and resilience. From the shores of Frenchman's Bay, Pickering's crown jewel, to the legacy of the Whitby Sports Park in Brooklyn, our riding is a place where families build lives, businesses thrive, and communities unite. But with growth comes responsibility. For decades, I have fought at the local level to ensure our schools, neighborhoods, and services meet the needs of those I serve. Today, I bring that same tenacity to Ottawa. Let me begin with Frenchman's Bay, a treasure that defines Pickering's identity. This is once a generational opportunity that federal government must partner with our community to secure its future. By supporting the purchase and preservation of the bay, we can protect its ecological integrity, expand public access, and ensure it remains a sanctuary for generations to come. This is not just a local priority, it is a national imperative. Healthy waterways and rich third places are the lifeblood of our environment, our economy, and our collective heritage. Equally urgent is the fate of the federal lands, the Pickering Airport lands. These lands must not sit idle. I will advocate fiercely for their transfer to the Rouge Urban National Alliance, ensuring they become part of a protected green corridor that combats urban sprawl, mitigates climate change, and guarantees sustainable growth. Let me be clear that this is not about halting progress, it's about redefining it. Progress that respects our ecosystems, honors our commitment to future generations, and prioritizes people over pavement. Mr. Speaker, progress also means security. Every single day, police, border services across this country put their lives on line to keep us safe. Day in and day out, law enforcement identifies, mitigates, and neutralizes threat to our communities. On behalf of Canadians, I would like to thank them for their service, keeping us safe and our country safe. But it is not enough to just thank them for their work. We must give them tools and resources they need to effectively do their job. Just looking at the data from Durham region alone, the need for such measure is very clear. From 2021 to 2023, vehicle theft in the region increased by 100%, with over 1,500 vehicles reported stolen in 2023 alone. In response, Durham Regional Police Service launched Project Attire, a dedicated unit focusing on auto theft investigations. In its first year, the project conducted 865 investigations, laid 341 charges, and recovered over 50% of stolen vehicles. Despite these efforts, the region continues to face challenges, including a 13% increase in carjacking in 2024 alone. And that is exactly what we are doing through the Stronger Borders Act. This bill will keep Canadians safe by ensuring law enforcement has the right tools to keep our borders secure, combat transnational criminal organized crimes, stop the flow of illegal fentanyl, and crack down on money laundering. It will bolster our response to increasingly sophisticated criminal networks and enhance the integrity and fairness of our immigration system, all while protecting Canadian privacy and charter rights. I strongly believe that Bill C-2 is exactly what Pickering, Brooklyn needs, a step forward that reflects our values, meets the moment, and secures a better future for our country. The Canadian Police Association, the largest law enforcement advocacy organization in Canada, has expressed support for the bill. They're stating that this proposed legislation would provide critical new tool for law enforcement, border services, and intelligence agencies to address transnational organized crime, auto theft, firearm and drug trafficking, and money laundering. The Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association supports the Strong Borders Act for giving CBSA the law enforcement strong tool to fight auto theft and stop stolen vehicle from being exported. Similarly, the Future Borders Coalition calls the bill a vital step towards modernizing border security, especially through improved data sharing and offender travel notifications that enhance public safety. And finally, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, a national charity dedicated to the personal safety of all children, has stated that the changes proposed in the Strong Borders Act would reduce barriers Canadian police face when investigating the growing number of online crimes against children. When developing the legislation that is now before the House, the government had three major objectives: secure the border, combat transnational organized crime and fentanyl, disrupt illicit financing. To secure the border, we propose to amend the Customs Act to compel transporters and warehouse operators to provide access to their premises to allow for export inspection by CBSE officers and require owners and operators of certain ports of entry and exit to provide facilities for export inspections just as they currently do for imports. We are proposing to amend the Oceans Act to add security-related activities such as countering criminal activity and drug trafficking, and enable the Canadian Coast Guard to conduct security patrols and share information with security, defense, and intelligence partners. We will also amend the Sex Offenders Act regulations to enhance the ability of law enforcement agencies to share information, collaborate under the Act with domestic and international partners. Amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and Department of Citizenship and Immigration Act will secure and extend legislative authorities to cancel, suspend, or vary immigration documents and cancel or suspend processes of new applicants in masses to reason determined to the public interest. Amendments will also allow IRCC to disclose immigration information for the purpose of cooperation with federal partners and to uphold the integrity and fairness of the asylum system, and include by streamlining the intake process and adjudication of claims. I could go on. The proposed bill documentation on comments to modernizing legislation and equip law enforcement with necessary tools to combat transnational organizational criminals in increasing complex and threat environment. As all members of this chamber can see, the Strong Borders Act is key and comprehensive component of our new government's plan to build a safe and more secure Canada. I'm asking all parties to support this important legislation. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her speech concerning Bill C-2. My constituents are contacting me. They're extremely worried about the bill allowing their mail to be opened. Some of the other speakers said there are checklists to prevent that, but could the member explain to me who's going to decide who will or who can or cannot open my mail?
The member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, through you, thank you to the member for that question. The Canada Postal Corporation Act to remove barriers that prevent police from searching the mail where authorized to do so. Where authorized to do so will be with a warrant. So I would like to let the member know, to let her constituents know, to rest assured that they would still need a warrant.
Questions and comments. Le député de Saint.
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bacotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is the same one I asked my other colleague earlier. Why did we have to wait for Donald Trump to pull out the big guns for this government to begin to pretend to react? It's not like nobody had sounded the alarm here or elsewhere. And as my colleague for Lac Saint-Jean said earlier, this could have been done a lot quicker than with this bill.
For Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for that question. That is exactly what we are doing here, Mr. Speaker. Canadians sent us here to deliver meaningful legislation that protect our families, our communities, and our future. And in Pickering, Brooklyn, residents are deeply concerned about rising crimes, car thefts, and the exploitation of young children through human trafficking. That's why we are supporting this bill, and we are hoping the opposition will support this bill as well. And that's why we are here for hours debating this bill, so that this bill could pass soon. And I hope the honourable colleague would support this bill.
The comments, questions et commentaires. Le député de Mont-Saint.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-Lacadie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague on her speech and for her support for Bill C-2. I'd like to know, how do you think, through the Speaker, of course, how does this bill protect Canadians? Thank you.
Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, Like I said, the proposed bill, thank you to my colleague for that question, through you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is here to protect us through three different ways, like I said earlier. It is here to secure our borders, and so that any trafficking or car theft or any border security issues could be combated. And transnational organized crimes and fentanyl coming in and out of the country, and to disrupt illicit financing. So this is what we have heard at the doors, and our government is acting swiftly, and I'm really hoping the opposition would support this bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite, I congratulate her on her win in my region, the Durham region, and I echo her kudos and her good things she had to say about Durham regional police officers who work hard in our community and always have our backs. I would say that what's missing, I feel like what's missing in this bill are the items that are needed to have those officers' backs. I mean, they have our backs every day. The bail reforms and the things that are necessary that are missing from this bill, would you have a comment on that so that we can make sure they're not writing reports while people are still out on bail before they're done?
Honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn, in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, my colleague, for that question. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Bail reform is very important, and that's one of our election commitments as well. And as we sit again in the fall, I would assure my colleague that they would see the bail reform come through. Thank you.
Avant de retourner au débat.
Before returning to debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised today. The member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, on firearms, and the honourable member for Portage Lisgar on public services and procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to be here speaking on behalf of the people of Markham Unionville. Mr. Speaker, today we're discussing a bill that is framed around creating strong borders, and yet somehow does so much more and yet so much less than its stated goal. We have 140 pages of this border bill that somehow also pushes for warrantless access to information about internet subscribers. If this is the case, then they are pushing for expansive definition of strong borders. However, in earlier questions about this bill, when we, the opposition, official opposition, critique elements that could be added to this bill, our efforts were denied because the Liberals cited a narrow definition of this being merely a borders bill. So, Mr. Speaker, which is it? A borders bill that has extensive unlawful access provisions is clearly a bill that can include a little bit more real community safety elements. So let's touch on that. To conservatives, strong borders mean being tough on drugs across the entire supply chain. This includes the drug production, not just the drug trafficking. This includes the drug producers and not just the drug traffickers. In short, it's not just about the substances, but about the actors that are involved. And when we are talking about actors, we need real consequences for the perpetrators of these acts of social destruction. We need a mandatory minimum sentences, not bail, when the issue is about fentanyl. How can a borders bill request warrantless access about internet subscriber information and not also have strong measures against the fentanyl problem? An expansive definition of strong border requires a holistic tackling of the fentanyl supply chain. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, even if Bill C-2 passes, we Canadians are still left with an unsafe society that the Liberals legislated into being. We live in a society where fentanyl traffickers have no mandatory minimums, where these traffickers can receive bail, and where house arrest is considered a worthy punishment for those monsters who are killing our community. We conservatives keep on repeating this one simple fact until the Liberals hear us. It takes only 2 milligrams of fentanyl to kill a fellow Canadian. If you understand this simple fact, anyone trafficking over 40 milligrams of fentanyl should be considered no different than a mass murderer who guns down 20 people. But no, the Liberals want these people to walk free on bail and to have comfortable time in house arrest. They won't punish people on the same level of mass murder, yet they have the audacity to want warrantless access to our internet information on their borders bill. Mr. Speaker, are we truly talking about a border bill? To conservatives, a strong borders means being tough on crime in order to secure the safety of our hardworking communities. From 2015 through 2023, total violent crime is up 50%. Total homicide are up 28%. Gang-related homicide are up about 78%. Total violent firearms offenses are up about 116%, and this has increased from 9 consecutive years. Just as with the fentanyl traffickers, we want to see similar approach for firearms traffickers and gun-wielding gangsters they serve. We want mandatory minimums, we want an end to bail on these particular offenses, and we want an end to house arrests. However, yet again, we live in a world where the Liberals have legislated an easy time for repeat offenders while launching a crusade against legal gun owners. Mr. Speaker, I've established what the bill does not have but should. Let me then outline what it has but probably should not. The Strong Borders Bill apparently finds the need to encroach upon norms we hold dear to our civil liberties. We are deeply concerned about the bill wants to grant the ability to open our mail without our consent. We are deeply concerned that the bill wants to compel internet companies to hand over our private data without our consent. And we are further concerned that Bill C-2 even attempts to interfere in how we Canadians use cash. Do they wish for a 100% digital economy? In a world where the Liberals encroach upon cash transactions and further have the ability to access our private digital information, leads to a world where they will eventually have complete oversight over our transactions. Is this the necessary for a strong borders bill? Does this make us true north strong and free? No, it never can. This is a bill that curtails the freedoms of hardworking Canadians while it lets the repeat criminals walk free on bail. This is a madness made legal. Mr. Speaker, if Bill C-2 is going to be a narrowly defined borders bill that has no room to address our drug and gun issues, it's definitely a bill that has no room for warrantless access to our mail and internet data while limiting our capacity to use cash. However, because it is clearly a bill with an expansive definition of what constitutes a strong border, we conservatives have some recommendations that require inclusion. We have 4 points that merit consideration. 1, a strong border means toughening penalties for repeat violent offenders. 2, a strong border means ending catch and release bail on house arrest for the fentanyl traffickers and the gun gangsters. 3, a strong border means eliminating the multiple murder discount in sentencing. And 4, a strong border means tackling the drug issues holistically, prioritizing treatment over drug distribution, to support those battling addiction. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is a strong borders bill that will tackle public safety seriously while also protecting Canadian freedoms. What we have instead, Mr. Speaker, is a bill that does not address the core problems on the drug and crime files while completely disrespecting the freedoms that Canadians hold dear. Bill C-2 is an omnibus bill that falls well short of protecting Canadians while overreaching on our civil liberties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member from Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member made reference to warrantless opening of mail. I have to ask, what part of police will be obtaining warrants to open mail the same way that now happens with services such as FedEx and Purolator? Did the member not understand?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the honourable member that gave this question. So the point that he had made is actually not in the bill. And so it allows the Canada Post Corporation to access these mails without going through a standard police warrant process to access our mail. And that in itself is a problem for Canadians overall.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back to the question that I asked the honourable colleague earlier, because unfortunately I didn't get an answer. The Border Services Union says that they're missing 2,000 to 3,000 agents, and it seems that the government won't be able to sufficiently inspect exports to fight auto theft. So I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks of that.
Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my fellow colleague, honourable colleague, on that. Certainly, the Borders Bill needs to address both the resources as well as the legislation. And as you point out, many of the cases of auto thefts gone unnoticed because they get loaded off on trailers and ships, and they exit the country without being noticed. So the bills, a strong Borders Bill, need to build in those factors that will enable and enhance our police capabilities and our border securities to protect thefts outside of the country and protect us from improper imports of guns and drugs, especially fentanyl, into the country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Question for my honourable colleague. Does he have any examples from his riding where constituents may have a problem with the being banned from using $10,000 worth of cash?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
I'd like to thank our honourable colleague on this side of the House. There are examples, and I hear from our campaigning this year that there are concerns about transactions, and points being made is cash is very much of our society, and there are companies that work on the basis of not wanting to pay for credit card fees and so forth. And so to legislate and force all transactions through credit cards and electronic means is just not practical for the small and medium enterprises.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Vancouver East.
The bill is purported to be a measure to address the border security on fentanyl, on car theft, and so on. Yet the Conservatives, of course, canceled the Port Police, which caused part of the problem. The Liberals have been in government for 10 years, and they have not restored the Port Police. In my riding of Vancouver East, we see the drugs coming in. We see the crimes being taken and impacting our community. So my question to the member is this: would he support the call of bringing back the Port Police for border security?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you very much for honourable colleague. what we need to look at is the whole border bill, what it entails, and as I mentioned earlier, the expanded definition of this bill. Does it address just certain portions of it, or does it address more? Because previously I have questioned the Honorable Minister, and it seems that it is very restrictive, and yet some of these definitions have gone into very expansive, and that's why my question earlier is that it goes everywhere, but addressing the actual needs of this bill.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act. I want to begin by saying thank you to our dedicated officers from the Canadian Border Services Agency, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and our frontline men and women who serve within our local police forces, as well as those who serve within our national security apparatus. I thank all of them for their service and their commitment to keeping us all safe. Our border is maintained through rigorous enforcement, advanced technology, and strong domestic and international partnerships. Although there is more to be done, this new government was elected in part to take concrete action in order to keep Canadians safe. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the bill in front of us, the Strong Borders Act, is so important. The bill ensures law enforcement has the necessary tools to keep our borders secure, combat transnational organized crime, stop the flow of illegal fentanyl, and crack down on illicit financing and money laundering more broadly. These measures will bolster our response to increasingly sophisticated criminal networks while ensuring that we protect Canadians' privacy and charter rights. One of the key goals of this bill is to strengthen the government's effort against illicit financing and money laundering. We know that money laundering supports and perpetuates criminal activity by allowing criminals, such as fentanyl traffickers, to profit from their illicit activities and then reinvest in their criminal enterprises. This makes strong and effective anti-money laundering controls a critical component for keeping Canadians safe. Bill C-2 will strengthen Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing regime through stronger penalties for financial crimes and by addressing the most prevalent forms of money laundering. It will enhance public-to-private information sharing and strengthen the supervision and compliance of financial institutions and other businesses and professionals with anti-money laundering obligations. Mr. Speaker, the Strong Borders Act proposes a comprehensive set of amendments to the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act to ensure that businesses and professionals regulated by the Act are effective in detecting and deterring money laundering. This means strengthening the administrative monetary penalty framework through increased civil and criminal penalties while establishing safeguards for small businesses so they are not disproportionately penalized. The Strong Borders Act will enhance compliance program requirements and enforcement. It also means punishing serious criminal non-compliance by increasing the limits for all criminal fines by 10 times. The stronger penalties proposed for non-compliance would better align Canada with other countries, including the United States and the European Union. The Strong Borders Act would also introduce a new offence for the provision of false information to the Financial Transaction and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, more commonly known as FINTRAC. We will strengthen the anti-money laundering framework and support the fight against financial crime more broadly.
I have to interrupt the member. I have a point of order from the official opposition deputy whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies for the interruption, but the honourable members referred to the new government, and I know the government's been in power for the last decade, so I'm wondering if he might correct that.
That is a matter of debate. I will let the Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State continue.
That's great. We will strengthen the anti-money laundering framework and support the fight against financial crime more broadly. We will require reporting entities or business professionals who have obligations under the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act to enroll with FINTRAC if they not have already done so. Enrollment would provide FinTrack with accurate and up-to-date information on the businesses it regulates, supporting risk management efforts and improved communication. It will also enable FinTrack disclosures to Elections Canada to detect and deter illicit financing and foreign interference in Canadian elections. Mr. Speaker, the Strong Borders Act addresses common and dangerous types of money laundering, including through new restrictions on large cash transactions and third-party deposits, where someone deposits money into an account that isn't their own. We will make the rules clear for how the public sector and private sector can share information with each other to help spot and stop money laundering. Finally, the bill introduces amendments to the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act and the Office of Superintendent of Financial Institutions Act to foster a more integrated approach and strengthen coordination among federal financial oversight agencies, reinforcing Canada's high compliance standards. These amendments would improve interagency coordination and communication, specifically bringing FinTrack's knowledge and expertise to assist our government's financial intelligence by sharing and receiving information. We will strengthen the oversight of our financial institutions in the fight against illicit financing and money laundering. Mr. Speaker, these measures are in addition to and will support the government's establishment of the Integrated Money Laundering Intelligence Partnership with Canada's largest banks. This partnership will enhance our capacity to use financial intelligence tools to combat fentanyl trafficking and other forms of organized crime. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, it will allow us to cut off the flow of illicit financing and go after the bad guys. Mr. Speaker, with these significant anti-money laundering provisions, the government is addressing long-standing concerns that stakeholders have raised in recent years. Some of these stakeholders are loud supporters of this bill. They include the National Police Federation, which stated that they were, and I quote, encouraged by provisions that strengthen lawful access to digital evidence and improve collaboration with FinTrack and financial institutions, and that it is clear, and I quote again, that public safety is a top priority for this new government. Even the Canadian Police Association, the voice of over 60,000 frontline officers, have said that the legislation would, and I quote, strengthen the ability of police to investigate and disrupt complex criminal networks by enhancing anti-money laundering enforcement. And that, as I quote, and I quote, Bill C-2 would give police services the legal tools needed to respond more effectively to evolving threats. Mr. Speaker, transnational organized crime groups are consistently adapting to new technology and adapting new methods of criminality. And we must ensure that our law enforcement and national security agencies can adapt as well. That's why this new government is being thoughtful in its approach to legislation. For example, we are closing a loophole that has allowed law enforcement to open mail from FedEx and UPS, but not from Canada Post. Currently, drug traffickers can exploit this gap by shipping fentanyl in small quantities through Canada Post beyond the reach of interception. The Strong Borders Act will change that by authorizing Canada Post to open mail with a warrant. Previous governments have focused on the root causes of crime. And as Liberals, it's this new government that will continue that responsibility and that work. But our government, this new government, is both tough on the underlying causes of crime and tough on crime itself. By cracking down on illicit financing and money laundering, we'll be tough on crime by making it more difficult for groups to fund their criminal enterprises, including the trade in illegal fentanyl, drugs, firearms, and other forms of smuggling and trafficking. It is just one of many ways that this new government is taking the fight to the bad guys to keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that there is no more important priority for us as
I have to interrupt the member. I have a point of order for the member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite mentioned the new government again.
I have a point of order for Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, to the same point of order. This is the second member within a 10-minute speech that has stood up on a ridiculous point of order, disrupting a member's speech. Members do all sorts of things with their speeches, and I think it's very disturbing to see that, and it can work both ways. I would ask members to not interrupt when a member is delivering a speech.
So I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for this intervention. I thank the member for London Fanshawe. Those are all matters of debate. I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary, Secretary of State for Combating Crime, finish his speech.
That's great. Of course. Right. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that there is no more important priority for us as lawmakers than to keep Canadian communities and everyone who lives in them as safe as possible from crime. Every Canadian deserves to live on a safe street with a strong and secure border. That is why I call on my honourable colleagues on both sides of the House to join me in supporting the Strong Borders Act and getting it passed as quickly as possible. I look forward to their support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. He made, in a throwaway comment, the claim that Canada Post's powers under this bill to open mail unilaterally would be subject to warrant. I have studied this bill. I even just looked after he said that. The word warrant does not appear once in Part 4 of the Act, which deals with these powers to Canada Post. It says very clearly, the corporation, referring to Canada Post. No reference to police, no reference to courts, no reference to warrants. Will the member please point precisely where a warrant is required for this authority?
Parliamentary Secretary.
So it's not necessarily just in that particular section, but what I can say, Mr. Speaker, and I'm actually a little surprised because that honourable member wrote a great book on a politician who got blown out in his seat. And he's quite smart, and I have a lot of respect for you. I'm a little surprised that you would allow and be okay with a loophole with UPS and FedEx.
I have a point of order for the member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you. Well, I'm happy to chat with the member. He's speaking to me directly. He's speaking to me directly by using the word you, and in doing so, not answering the question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for that point of order. Yes, it is a reminder that you speak through the chair, so all members, it keeps it neutral. So I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary finish in about 10 seconds or less.
Great. I have a great deal of respect for the honourable member. The fact is, I know there's no world in which, through you, Mr. Chair, he would want there to be a loophole between collecting data from UPS and FedEx versus Canada Post.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate the member for Eglinton for his election. He seems to be a serious parliamentarian who wants to work constructively, and that's what Bloc does. It works constructively on bills. This bill will take some time. We'll have to study it deeply and rigorously. But in the meantime, we do have proposals that could help us right now at the borders. So I'd like to know the Bloc's proposal that underpins the CBSA's demands to give agents more powers to be able to patrol outside of the borders. We could do this through regulations right now. So does my colleague agree with me that we could take action right now by doing this through regulations and not necessarily going through legislation? And then we could have a bill and study it rigorously. Does he agree with me that the government could act right now through regulations and give more powers to border services officers?
State.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question and the very thoughtful question. The fact of the matter is we are taking action now, and this piece of legislation has the support of all the largest law enforcement organizations in the country. And when the Canadian Police Association, the voice of 60,000 frontline officers, our national security agencies, all commend the tools that are in this bill, we know we're on the right path. And we are taking action, and I'm very proud of the tools this is going to give our law enforcement and our national security agencies to go after the bad guys.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for an impressive speech and just want to hear his thoughts on Canada's new government and just the vision that we have moving forward as I can.
To interrupt the member, I have a point of order from the member from Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to put it on the record that the member is misleading the House by saying that this is a new Liberal government when it in fact is the same.
I have now heard several points of order on this matter. I'll let the member for Waterloo resume in just a moment. These are not points of order. These are points of debate. I invite the members to participate in questions and comments. It is a great opportunity to raise the matter. J'ai un appel au règlement du député.
Point of order, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, Act 10. That is not a point of order. So we're going to start again. Questions and comments. The member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciated the member's speech and the comment in regards to Canada's new government and the vision that our new Prime Minister has. And just on April 28th, Canadians sent us with a mandate, a strong mandate, and I hope members in this House can all work together to advance the vision of Canada's new government. What I would like to ask the member is, as a member of Parliament for riding Waterloo, I am hearing from constituents who are concerned in regards to this legislation, are wanting to understand kind of the process and how we can assure them that their rights and freedoms will not be infringed upon. So I would love to hear the member's comments just to provide some relief and reassurance to constituents within the riding of Waterloo and across Canada. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the first part, Mr. Speaker, is I do want to go back to a quote from the National Police Federation where they say, and I quote, it is clear that public safety is a top priority for this new government. So I want to thank them for their support and all the other police organizations who are supporting us. In terms of our protecting civil liberties, we're doing a lot of work in committee, and this legislation continues to hold the utmost standards to ensure that our charter rights and Canadian charter rights are being protected. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for West Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I once again rise on behalf of the good people of Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a riding that has 6 border crossings, to speak to the legislation before us, Bill C-2. We know this bill is much more than a border bill. My riding and province have very much been on the front lines of an addiction crisis that has persisted for far too long. In fact, drug overdoses is now the leading cause of death among BC youth ages 10 to 18. Too many families in our communities have lost their children to drug addiction. Too many drug kingpins who fuel this crisis have not been put behind bars. Even before my time here in the House, my Conservative colleagues have highlighted the threat to our communities of the drug running happening across the U.S.-Canadian border, with little to no response from the government during the lost Liberal decade. We've long called for concrete actions to strengthen our borders, while the Trudeau Liberal government chose to look the other way. Since they were first elected, there has been a 632% increase in U.S. Border Patrol encounters with people illegally attempting to enter the United States from Canada. This directly results from the government's failure to enforce effective border security. The Liberals have allowed this crisis to fester and grow, and it's putting Canadians at risk. Many of those crossings were to traffic illegal firearms into Canada for use by criminal gangs. Canadian security services have identified 350 organized crime rings operating within our borders. For years, the Liberals, knowing we had severe problems at our border with the United States, dragged their feet on addressing any of these issues related to these illegal firearms. Instead, they started targeting law-abiding firearm owners and treated them as if they were a source of rising firearm violence that needed to be dealt with. Hunters and sport shooters, vital to our tourism, are now often turned around at the border, and even if they go through extensive paperwork, checking every box, they often have their property wrongfully seized, which takes them weeks, if not months, to get back. Even in my riding, we've seen the Liberal government go after my local sports shooters and archers. The Penticton Shooting Sports Association, situated on federally managed land for more than 40 years, recently saw its lease canceled by this government without explanation. That's 40 years they've been there. This is happening despite their facilities offering vital training resources to the RCMP, border guards, cadets, and the public. The club's services include hunter education, firearms safety instruction, youth and cadet firearms training, and a family-friendly environment for competitive shooting sports. I cannot emphasize enough that this is a vital training facility and club that needs to stay open. In the meantime, illegal firearms stream across the border, where CBSA agents, already understaffed, are stretched thin, trying to slow the flow, and gun-related crime is up 116%, with 85% of gun offenses committed using illegal firearms originating from the United States. Looking at C2, Liberal MPs have spent the last several weeks proclaiming that this new government for Canada will set new priorities, calling it the Stronger Borders Act. However, upon closer examination, Bill C2 goes well beyond the issue of borders, which Conservatives in this election were very clear that we would strengthen. The Liberals have packaged a range of measures into this legislation that were not discussed, let alone mentioned anywhere in the Liberal platform. Measures irrelevant to the management of the border or the combating of illegal drug trafficking are rife in this Stronger Borders Act. There is no question that this legislation contains some measures that members of this House probably would support, but it's such a sweeping piece of legislation that leaves us hard-pressed as members to see what the ultimate consequences of some of these changes might be, or whether the measures actually included will actually address the problems that they seek to solve. Or, worse, whether these measures are in direct conflict with our civil liberties. A clear example is that the Liberals have promised to invest more money into border investigations and scanners after years of calls to do so from my Conservative colleagues. Official statistics show that only 1% of shipping containers are inspected when coming into our country. This represents a wide-open opportunity for criminals to push drugs and guns through the other 99%, and this is nothing new. More money for container scanning is welcome, but once again, the details are completely lacking. Canadians cannot be protected by a press release. The Liberals are offering no timeline for when the investment in upgrading and expanding our scanning tools will be made, or even when these resources might reach the border. It is a broken record in Canada of Liberal funding announcements being made, and then the minister sitting back and assuming that changes, even positive changes, will magically appear before us all. A decade of Liberal government has shown an addiction to taking credit for announcing measures instead of enacting or even considering them. Canadians were not impressed by the last-minute election commitment to purchase 2 Black HoC helicopters to patrol the entire Canadian-U.S. border. Our border with the United States is just under 8,900 kilometers. It is unlikely that 2 helicopters could cover it in a month, let alone monitoring operations for smugglers. Even for the hundreds of kilometers of the border that my riding encompasses, having 2 helicopters cover that large distance, even if both are in operation, stretches credibility. It's a joke. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to touch on an issue many Canadians have raised with this legislation regarding civil liberties, specifically the section of the bill that would amend the Canada Post Corporation Act. Bill C2 broadens the government's ability to open our mail. Canadians would expect that personal private correspondence would be beyond government intervention. The Liberals must provide a more comprehensive response as to what circumstances this would be justifiable for this. As my colleague, the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, asked earlier this month, is this even charter compliant? Canadians expect this Parliament to make strong laws to protect them, but they also expect that their basic liberties and privacy will be respected. Several sections of this legislation have raised concerns amongst privacy experts, and civil liberty organizations, and their concerns must be respected. The balance of security and liberty is also at the heart of Western democracy. Therefore, any government seeking to grant further powers to intervene in Canadians' everyday lives deserves the greatest level of scrutiny. Conservatives will continue to scrutinize this legislation ahead of the next vote while continuing to argue for the proper enforcement of our border and ports and appropriate punishments for criminals.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yet another Conservative member that continues to want to give misinformation. The reality is that today we have the Canada Post inspectors. They can actually go through parcels, anything over 500 grams. Anything under 500 grams, a simple letter. Someone could put fentanyl into that letter and mail it. There is no one opening up those letters. Under this legislation, we are enabling, under a general warrant, to be able to open up those letters. It's a pretty simple, straightforward process. Yet the Conservatives are trying to give the impression that you've got people working in the post office that are not Canada Post inspectors going through the mail, opening up letters that they want to. That's just not the case. This legislation gives more opportunity to deal with the fentanyl. Would you not support that?
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question. I think the bottom line, this bill is being pushed through at such a rapid rate that Canadians don't trust what's happening. They don't trust the Liberals here. So many times in the last 10 years, the Liberals have promised something and nothing happens, or something else comes through. This has not been explained properly to the Canadian people, and I'm not making this up. I'm hearing from my constituents, we're all hearing from our constituents, that they do not trust the Liberals with this bill, and they're afraid they are going to lose their civil liberties if passed.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires. La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity because we're going through strange times in Quebec. The little 3-year-old girl has just been found. She'd been abandoned by her mother, and she was found in St. Albert in Ontario. So I'd like to share my happiness with everyone here in this place and thank the police officers and thank everyone who took part actively in finding this little girl. So she's alive, she's doing well, and we'll find out more about the story, but I think we need to thank the police and everyone who pitched in, all the members of the public that gave information that helped find her in St. Albert. That said, my question for my colleague is, the minister, in order to meet their goals, said that they would recruit 1,000 more border officers. Currently, Canada's capacity to train people is only 600 a year. Isn't it a bit strange that We have no idea what the department's plan is to meet the goal. The honourable member.
I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her question and also congratulate the police for their good job. I believe there are so many problems with this bill, and that is one of them. Nothing is explained. They talk about hiring more border guards. Well, where are they going to get these people? They also talk about hiring 1,000 more RCMP members. Well, you can talk to any municipalities across the country, and they're waiting for RCMP officers. They have a lack of people applying for the job. There is nobody is applying at Depot. So there's a lack of RCMP officers, and they're so expensive for the communities. So I wonder where this bill, this government, Liberal government, plans to get 1,000 RCMP officers.
Questions and comments? The member for Brandon Souris, a short question with a short answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to put some facts on the record, contrary to the member for Winnipeg North who talks about misinformation, well, the only misinformation here is from him, in that a government that he is pretending is different, which is exactly the same as it has been for the last 10 years and the last 20 years that he's been here. So he questions the credibility of a long-serving municipal official from British Columbia about what she's hearing from her constituents. So I'd like to give her another chance to put the facts on the record about what she's hearing from her constituents with regard to the failures of this same Liberal government on border security and public safety as a whole.
Honourable member in 20 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. This is true. I am hearing this, and we are hearing this across the country, that people are afraid. Canadians are afraid of what might happen if we allow the government to have too much power.
The débat, resuming debate. La députée de Dorval.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine.
The Prime Minister has stated the top 7 priorities for the government include attracting the best talent in the world to help build our economy while returning our overall immigration rates to sustainable levels. Bill C2 proposes important changes to address gaps in immigration authorities, provide a more adaptive system to the rapidly changing global migration patterns, and empower better decision-making and information sharing.
These are important steps that we have to get right. Immigration is a key part of Canada's past, present, and future. As the Prime Minister said, it's an essential communication channel for new workers. This bill would improve our security along the border between Canada and the U.S. and help address current challenges and other challenges that may arise in the future for people crossing the border both ways.
This legislation makes changes to respond to a more complex global movement of people, increasingly sophisticated fraud, the need to update information sharing mechanisms, and authority over immigration documents. Tout d'abord, certaines mesures qui se...
First of all, some long overdue measures in this bill address the challenges of today and tomorrow. These address issues that have undermined the asylum system in the past and ensure that the immigration system is better prepared for the future. Simplifying the processing of claims to make it more efficient would address some long-standing challenges. The bill proposes working with shared information and data and ensuring that applications are ready for processing before they're referred to the final decision-making body, i.e. the IRB.
The legislation does this in part by clearing the way to create a single application system and intake for all asylum claims. This will make it easier for individuals filing a claim with clear requirements for information and documents at the outset. But just as important, The legislation means that departments and agencies across the federal government would work from shared information. Instead of multiple departments and agencies asking for the same information, these departments will work more cooperatively with the same shared information. Dans l'intérêt de
In the interest of a more efficient system, the bill proposes changes that would make it so that only applications that are ready to be heard are referred to the IRB for a decision. Currently, there are cases where hearings are scheduled by the IRB, but some aspects of the review are incomplete. These steps could take significant amounts of time, such as security screening or confirming a person's identity when they come from a conflict-stricken area. With only claims that are ready to be heard referred to the IRB, decisions can be made without delay and the number of cases may decrease.
Would empower the IRCC to determine if an application has been abandoned even before the application has been reviewed for a decision, and to remove it from processing under certain circumstances. As simple as that sounds, applicants may not always acknowledge or advise the federal government when they aren't seeking asylum anymore. For example, the board could determine that applications are abandoned when applicants are unresponsive to required documents or information. Those applications would be removed through the abandonment process, allowing officials to focus efforts on those who need protection and continue to seek asylum. Il y a aussi un changement.
There's also a major change in the process for resolving these claims. People who submit an application from within Canada, including those at ports of entry like airports, must be physically present in the country for their hearing. It can still be assumed that someone who fled to Canada to seek protection will remain here for that protection, but there have been cases where claimants were outside the country at the time of the decision. People who enter Canada irregularly, that is, in between border crossings, are violating our Border Responsibility Sharing Agreement. This regime, created in 2012, created different asylum rules for citizens of these designated countries. Some provisions of this regime have been struck down by the federal court. The bill would repeal the provisions relating to this regime and transfer the listing powers for refugee hearings to the IRB to allow for more strategic case management.
To address more recent challenges and issues that might arise again in the future, we are modernizing the asylum system with important reforms to strengthen migration integrity. To protect the system against surges in claims, we're introducing new ineligibility rules for asylum. These changes confirm that asylum is not a shortcut to immigration and would reduce pressures on the system so that we are focused on those who do need protection. Nous avons également vu les conséquences tragiques de.
We have also seen the tragic consequences of these decisions, including a family who drowned in freezing water. Human trafficking and organized crime are serious issues. Irregular crossings are often motivated by despair and may be facilitated by organized crime.
Il essaie d'éviter l'entente.
By waiting 14 days or more before filing an asylum claim, they attempt to avoid the Safe Third Country Agreement. This delay, on the face of it, appears to be a deliberate attempt to avoid our laws and our immigration system. Claims made by these people cannot be referred to the IRB. We're also making changes that make claims inadmissible if they're presented over a year after someone's arrival in Canada after June 24th, 2020. The vast majority of asylum claims are submitted during the first year of arrival. A 1-year limit will discourage people who intend to use the refugee system to extend their stay in Canada when other mechanisms fail.
These important reforms better align our systems and resources to serve its purpose. They align our efforts to those who need our protection, limit attempts by others to avoid and bypass our system, and streamline the process so that we can do more with the existing resources. Mr. Speaker, the many aspects of this bill won't allow me to go in detail today, but let me touch on the impacts of a few measures. Ces modifications simplifieraient le travail du gouvernement fédéral, allégeraient le fardeau de nos partenaires provinciaux et territoriaux et amélioreraient les communications afin d'assurer la sécurité de nos collectivités. L'échange de renseignements avec les
Sharing information with law enforcement and national security agencies can help us detect and prevent fraud. There's concern that people are using multiple identities to access government benefits or avoid detection. With the department's robust identity verification processes, we can ensure that all levels of government are working with accurate and consistent data.
Will also prohibit further sharing by provincial or territorial government partners to foreign entities unless there is written consent and compliance with our obligations related to mistreatment as defined in the Avoiding Complicity in Mistreatment by Foreign Entities Act. These authorities were reviewed by the Department of Justice and reflect input from the Office of the Privy Commissioner. They are fully compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and uphold our commitment to transparency and accountability. To conclude, Bill C-2 would streamline and improve the asylum process against issues we know about now and potential risks in the future. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. Mr. Speaker, my question relates to the elimination of large cash deposits over $10,000. I represent a riding that's very rural. There's several small business owners in rural communities that are still dealing with cash. Oftentimes, financial institutions are hundreds of kilometers away. There might be long periods of time before they can get to the bank to deposit these cash amounts, and this is driving up their costs. And I'm just wondering, have they considered these small, responsible rural business owners when implementing this cash transaction limit in their legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-Laval.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. Our government takes very seriously and emphasizes that small businesses are the backbone of our country's economy. And it's very, very important we keep in mind these businesses. However, when there are illicit financing occurring, this can help to crack down on money laundering and terrorist financing. So it's also essential that we keep track and present stronger penalties and reporting and to prohibit crimes and third-party cash deposits and adding FinTrack to Financial Institutions Supervisory Committee. So,
yes. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member knows full well that Border Services officers have the power to inspect train cars for imports. And Bill C-2 provides for an additional power, which is to inspect train cars destined for export. And so I'd like the member to explain to me how CBSA officers are going to do this, because even currently they have the power to inspect for imports, but they do it very little because they don't have adequate staff. So how can you add powers when CBSA officers aren't even now able to do everything they're supposed to do? How are you going to add exports to imports? The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the comments earlier. when she talked about the little girl who was found. We're really happy to hear that. We'd also like to thank the police officers who participated in the search and worked very hard to come to this happy result. Fortunately, everything seems to be going well for the little girl. And thank you for the question, too. It puts the emphasis on the fact that fighting crime, cross-border crime, and preventing the importation of fentanyl, these are important issues. We need inspections, and we are going to hire 1,000 more CBSA officers and RCMP officers to help fight those things. Thank you.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. And I know, like myself, she is very much concerned about the issue of extortion. And within the legislation, and listening to the Minister of Crime, we understand and have an appreciation that there is at least a step towards providing additional tools to allow law enforcement to move more so on that particular issue. And I just thought maybe I'd provide her the opportunity just to provide her personal thoughts on the issue of extortion and just how serious it is. And it's nice to see whatever we get measures that help enable us to take further action on that issue.
L'honorable député de Dorval-Lachine.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
And it's always an incredible moment for me to answer his questions. He's often in the House. No, not at all. And to answer his question, extortion has become a plague in Canada. It's very disconcerting to see the amount of extortion that's occurring, and these strong measures will help in combating that. Right now, we see the increase over and over of such situations, and so we're going to fight against this and other transnational crime. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for her speech. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I would say that what she feels are the strengths and the virtues of this bill, to me, are sources of serious concern. The Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of this bill, Mr. Speaker, we've already said it, so that it can be studied in committee. However, I'm not entirely certain that the Bloc Québécois will support it when it comes back to this House at third reading. We will see what happens in committee. But as things stand right now, Mr. Speaker, I have quite a few concerns with this bill. Does improving security at our borders and on our streets always mean that we have to give up our rights and our freedoms? Maybe, maybe not, but I don't think that that needs to be the case. There must be other ways to improve safety and security in our streets and at our borders. C2, if it were to be passed in its present form, what would it do to our expectation of privacy? If our personal information could be accessed, seized, or even shared with different agencies in Canada or even outside of Canada. The idea that our mail was sacred, the idea that it's a criminal act to open someone else's mail, well, that idea is being set aside, and our mail could be opened, read, and used against us. There are new powers that will be given to Citizenship and Immigration Canada to suspend, amend, or cancel visas or documents. And the conditions for that would be set by regulation, Mr. Speaker. Regulations that we don't know what they're going to be. So what limits will there be on this new power? Will there be compensation for those who will have paid to make a request if that request is not followed up on? will residents selected by Quebec see their selection endangered? Yeah, endangered by this bill. And under what circumstances could we say to someone, listen, your visa request won't be considered? All of these questions are important questions in our eyes, and we need to get answers on those. But so far, we don't have details other than to hear that eventually those details will be set by regulatory means. So at committee, I'll be very curious to know what sort of regulations we can expect. Transactions of $10,000 or more in cash would be outlawed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, it's very rare that I walk around with $10,000 or $15,000 in my pocket. I don't think that ever in my life have I paid a $10,000 bill in cash. But if we were to make that illegal, that would require the use of banking tools that are currently available, like checks, the use of Interac cards, credit cards. All of those things, Mr. Speaker, bring extra costs and fees, Interac fees, banking fees. So how will that be organized? Are we comfortable with the idea that we have to go through banking institutions and credit institutions? Maybe, maybe not, but that's something else we'll have to look at in committee. As I said, I don't pay my bills over $10,000 with cash, but there might be circumstances where that'd be the case. I'd like to hear from experts. Are there not situations where this change could become a problem? I don't see any myself. I've looked. I haven't found any, but it's still a question that would have to be put to experts before it becomes law. The use of, and I thought this was a bit strong, the use of an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent. Shouldn't it be required that there be a warrant at the very least before using that personal information? Listen, no one's against fighting organized crime and fighting border incursions, fighting terrorism. And you know, Mr. Speaker, at the Bloc Québécois, we've made that one of our trademarks. I've tabled 3 bills now on the need to create a register of criminal organizations and, bills to outlaw the wearing of patches or certain shirts that were particularly shocking. In the past, we've been fighting up against this for a long time, letting people wear things that promote criminal organizations. But do we really want to put in place provisions that would mean that we're living in a society where individual freedoms and confidentiality would no longer be protected? Another danger, Mr. Speaker, a serious danger that I want to raise, when a lawyer gets a warrant for a search, they have to convince the judge that they have reasonable grounds to believe that a crime will be committed. Here, this would be changed. That apparently is a threshold that's hard to reach, so it would be reduced to reasonable grounds to suspect. And, grounds to suspect, that means just about anything. If I said that I have reason to suspect that my colleague from La Chine, La Salle, Verdun, I'm not sure exactly the name of the reading, might maybe think about saying or doing such and such a thing. Listen, suspecting something, well, if she doesn't do it, I would say, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I suspected she might do it. I was wrong. My suspicion didn't come true. There's no consequences to that. But if they were to say, listen, Mr. Fortin, you need to have reasonable grounds to believe, then I'd be putting my own credibility on the line. And so now with this change, that's no longer the case. So that's something that I find very concerning, Mr. Speaker, this lowering of the threshold of proof for obtaining a warrant. I think that's something we'll have to look at very closely in committee, and I'd like to hear from experts on that. And I mentioned this earlier, we have been fighting organized crime for a long time now. We've been calling for our borders to be strengthened, and I know not too long ago with my colleague who was responsible for the file of public safety, we were very concerned that Quebec had been forced to invest $6 million to have border agents in boats along the St. Lawrence River. You know, that was scandalous. It's not up to Quebec to pay that. It's up to the federal government to pay that. And this is something the federal government must do. But C2 in its current form, is it the solution to better deal with our borders? I'm not convinced. Same thing with organized crime. It's important for us that Quebec's requests regarding control and limitations on entry into Quebec's territory be respected. You know, the thresholds of acceptability in Quebec have been passed for quite a long time now. You know, if people come in, illegally across the border and they spend 14 days, hiding in the woods, well, once they're here, and we have to help them and settle them. And that represents problems with our ability to welcome people. So we're calling on the government to respect Quebec's thresholds. Is C2 the right answer to that? I'm not sure. Once again, canceling visas, suspending them, that's all well and good, but there have to be motives. There has to be the mechanisms in place. And the government's saying, listen, you'll see through regulations what's going to happen, but, we're not entirely convinced by that. Meanwhile, the government is asking us to pass Bill C5. And here, this is something where the government can decree projects to be in the national interest when the Prime Minister decides that they're the case. And that would exempt those projects from any rules that the Prime Minister deems to be too restrictive. And all of that under closure, Mr. Speaker. I was always among those who thought that the dangerous combination of alcohol and drugs was particularly dangerous and, and could be explosive. And that's what I'm seeing with this mix of C5 and closure. Are we facing a drift towards authoritarianism? Listen, I don't want to sound over dramatic, but I think we need to be careful and prudent with what's happening here because none of this is reassuring. We want to preserve what we have in society, democracy and protection of privacy. So I think we need to be careful. We need to defend the society that our citizens want to preserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and Canadians indicated that they wanted all parties to fight transnational crime, to fight fentanyl, to fight illegal guns and other crime. Can the member across the way confirm that he and his caucus will support those goals and vote in favor of this bill? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, and I can confirm that, yes, we also want to fight, and we've said it many times, I don't want to repeat myself, but we want to fight organized crime. We want to fight drug trafficking, fentanyl, which is a terrible situation, but it can't be done any old way. It's not because I'm against criminals that I would agree that they be hung in the middle of a street without a trial, Mr. Speaker, obviously.
Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
So it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. Before I begin, I want to give a shout out to someone who helped a lot in my campaign, and that's my sister, Rosie Caputo. So thank you very much to her for all of her help. Mr. Speaker, I've worked with my colleague extensively. I have a great deal of time for him. And I'm just wondering, when we talk about these things, there's this balance between law and order. We have some court decisions that need to be addressed in terms of IP addresses, and also the balancing of civil liberties. Does he have any ideas how we can strike that proper balance in legislation like Bill C2?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking that colleague. I have a lot of pleasure working with him. He's a serious member who works hard, and it's a pleasure for me to note that today. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, I think he's right to say that there needs to be the right balance. We need to find, a balance between, as I said at the beginning of my speech, protecting our borders and protecting our streets and that security, and at the same time respecting everyone's individual rights and freedoms. He's also right to say that the courts have given us some guidelines in the past, and we're going to have to look at that very closely. That's why I think that we need to go to committee with this bill to hear from experts and make sure that if, we don't create new problems by trying to fix an old problem. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot-Acton. Well, I don't know if my colleague, who has much more experience in law and crime, will agree with me, but this situation reminds me the Emergency Measures Act when we voted on that not too long ago. After letting a situation rot after a time when there was inaction, where nothing was done, the government's going to another extreme where there's a response that kills freedoms, a response that's too strong, when we should have been proactive from the beginning, which would have avoided us coming to this extreme. Does that parallel make any sense, according to my colleague? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's also someone who works very, very hard for his riding, and I'm very proud to work with him in the same party. But that having been said, yes, there are parallels that can be drawn between what we're seeing right now with C2 and C5 and closure. And, listen, we know we've only been here for about 3.5 weeks, and there are parallels between that and the Emergency Measures Act. At the time, I was co-chair of the committee that was supposed to look at that issue, and, listen, it was something. There was nothing that was done after the Emergency Measures Act were put in place that couldn't have been done before. We asked the police to get rid of the trucks, and they did it. It took them 24 hours. So why the need for the Emergency Measures Act, which was an extreme measure that should only be used in extreme cases? Well, that was something that we found very concerning. And here, I do have some similar concerns when I see, and listen, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure that the Supreme Court would approve Bill C2 and C5. That's something we'll have to wait and see. Whatever happens here, these bills are going to be challenged, and unfortunately, we're exposing ourselves to decisions that might mean we have to start over with our work. When we have bills that allow us to go against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Constitutions and take away rights and freedoms, at some point that might well be challenged by the courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd just like to say and congratulate you on your new appointment. As someone who did his master's thesis on a very specific thing, which I believe was the Thursday question, you have a love of this place, and it's good to see you in that chair. So congratulations. This is an important bill. I think all of us have heard from Canadians during the election that public safety is fundamentally important to them. It's disappointing to hear from some MPs who will suggest that other MPs don't care about public safety. One of our fundamental priorities is to ensure the safety and security of our constituents. And we may come at it at different ways, but we all fundamentally believe that we need to stand up and protect our constituents. And I hope that's the debate that we're having and will continue throughout this. It's not what we hear in question period, but oftentimes question period is a little different than what we hear in this place and what we hear in committee, where I hope this bill will go very soon. Fundamentally, I believe this bill will keep Canadians safe by ensuring law enforcement will have the right tools to keep our borders secure, to combat transnational organized crime, stop the flow of illegal fentanyl, and crack down on money laundering. It will bolster our response to increasingly sophisticated criminal networks and enhance the integrity and fairness of our immigration system, all while protecting Canadians' privacy and charter rights. Following the introduction of the bill, we heard from the Canadian Police Association, the largest law enforcement advocacy organization in Canada and the national voice for over 60,000 frontline law enforcement personnel serving across every province and territory. I'd like to take a moment and read what they say. Quote, "This proposed legislation would provide critical new tools for law enforcement, border services, and intelligence agencies to address transnational organized crime, auto thefts, firearms, drug trafficking, and money laundering. It's important to emphasize that
these are not abstract issues. Our members see firsthand that they have real impacts in our community and across the country and require a coordinated and modern legislative response. The bill includes important updates that would strengthen information sharing between federal and local agencies, which is essential to the success of multi-jurisdictional investigation, and recognizes the reality of border security is increasingly not the sole responsibility of the RCMP. In many communities located near border crossings, local police services are called upon to play a central role in enforcing our border-related laws. Giving these agencies access to better intelligence and more timely information will significantly improve public safety outcomes. We are also encouraged by measures that would support the work of the Canada Border Service agencies and the Canadian Coast Guard by closing long-standing gaps in inspection and enforcement capacity. These steps, combined with new authorities for frontline law enforcement across the country, would help disrupt criminal operations at key points of entry and within domestic supply and distribution chains. The proposed steps to disrupt the importation of illegal fentanyl and the precursor chemicals are also crucial. A faster scheduling process will also allow for more agile response to substances that fuel the opioid crisis and continue to cause immeasurable harm in communities across the country. Bill C-2 would also strengthen the ability of police to investigate and disrupt criminal networks by enhancing anti-money laundering enforcement and expanding data sharing with trusted domestic and international partners, while improving access to information across jurisdictions. The new provisions allowing Canadian law enforcement to share information collected under the Sex Offender Registration Act would provide more effective cooperation in cross-border investigations. Additionally, the proposed mechanism to access data held by service providers in other countries acknowledges the reality that modern criminal investigations rarely stop at the border. These updates will help ensure that Canadian police have the tools and intelligence they need to hold offenders accountable, regardless of where they operate. If passed, Bill C-2 would give police services the legal tools they need, or legal tools needed to respond more effectively to evolving threats. End quote. So, this is the organization advocating for 60,000 frontline police officers. I heard during the campaign, and I hear a lot during question period, that we need to stand up and give police officers the tools they need. But at the same time, I'm hearing doubts from the opposition trying to pour cold water on this. On one hand, they say you need to do something. Then, same time, well, not this, even though police support it, even though it will make communities safer. And so I'm not really understanding the rhetoric versus the action, the rhetoric during question period versus the action and rhetoric we're hearing now. And I appreciate the concerns being raised by some members of the opposition. But again, it doesn't match their rhetoric to get things done in those 30-second sound bites that they like during question period. I'd also like to add a quote from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, another great organization. The proposed bill demonstrates a commitment to modernizing legislation and equipping law enforcement with the necessary tools to combat transnational organized crime in an increasingly complex threat environment. In particular, the bill sets out several important law amendments which will address systemic vulnerabilities within the justice system, providing critical tools for law enforcement, border services, and intelligence agencies. Canada's legislation related to lawful access is significantly outdated and urgently needs to be revised to align with modern technology. Canada lags behind its international law enforcement partners in the ability to lawfully access electronic evidence associated to criminal activity. Transnational organized crime groups are exploiting this gap to victimize our communities across the country through serious crimes such as human, drug, and firearms trafficking, auto theft, and violent-driven crime. These provisions contained within the Strong Borders Act are an important step in advancing Canadian law enforcement's ability to effectively combat the ever-evolving nature of transnational organized criminal groups. Chiefs of police have spoken. Frontline officers have spoken. Where's the outcry from the Conservative Party to get this passed as quickly as possible? crickets, Mr. Speaker, which is disappointing. I'd like to address, if I think I have a couple minutes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address a point that just came up, I believe, from the member for Kamloops with respect to IP addresses. And I appreciate the concern when we're dealing in issues like this. But I'd like to quote a colleague of his, the member for Parkland, when he was asking questions of the RCMP in regards to this particular issue. He said, imagine a phone book that has phone numbers listed but no names. The only names that are listed are the ISPs, and the telecom companies that service those phone numbers, the Teluses, the Rogers, and the Bells. Police are being told now they can't even look at the phone book of those IP addresses. They can't even know who the service providers are unless they have a warrant. The effect of this in the past month since this decision came in, according to frontline RCMP officers who are working in the integrated child exploitation units across this country, is that telecommunications companies, in compliance with the Supreme Court of Canada's decision, are now denying this critical information that police are using to track down and prosecute child sex offenders and child predators. The member for Parkland says we need to take action, and I agree with him. But I guess this is the member for Parkland from last Parliament. Where are the members now? And again, I hear it in question period, time after time, day after day. Let's expedite this. Let's get this forward. Let's get it to committee. I can appreciate that there's concerns. I've never seen a government bill in my 10 years that has made it through unamended to the end. But let's ensure that we get this legislation forward so that perhaps, maybe, the Conservative actions will match their rhetoric during question period. I hope we can achieve that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my question, I would like to mention the celebration of Leuna Local 837. They are celebrating 75 years today. And I would like to say congratulations to Victoria Mancinelli, Joe Mancinelli, and their family patriarch Enrico Mancinelli. May he rest in peace. And all the hard-working members of that union for building much of Southern Ontario. And now my question to my colleague. I guess from my constituency, they're having a hard time understanding the restriction on cash because we have a lot of small businesses. We have a very vibrant Italian community that has a lot of weddings and they get a lot of cash during their wedding. So I would just like to give them the opportunity just to have some clarity in that because people in my riding are very concerned about that and Eastern Europeans as well. Thank you.
Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I don't understand this item that's out there. And I've seen it, that we can't pay cash anymore. I can't pay $10,000 in cash for an item at a local business. I don't know what local businesses Conservative members are going to. These things are solved. As a member of the Law Society of Ontario, we were told years ago, never accept that amount of cash. You may be complicit in something you don't want to be complicit in. You can go and get a check. You can get a money order. These are easy ways around it to ensure that people are in compliance and they can still engage in gift giving. You can still buy things. Money order, as the honourable member said on the other side. These are things you can get. Bank draft is typically the most common, but these are things that can happen. And I don't know how these members pay for things at their local stores, but I don't know if it's about $10,000 in cash. That's a different world than I operate in, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, comments. Gets the eye comment here.
The Honourable Member for London West.
London West.
Oh. No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I also want to just echo what we heard on the campaign trail. Canadians want safer communities. Canadians want safer borders. Canadians also want to stop being aggressed by our south of the border neighbor because of the terrorists that have ravaged our communities, our workers. Maybe the member can expand on the mandate that he's been given to really respond to all of the questions that Canadians had during the campaign on safety, on secure communities, and one Canadian economy.
St. Catharines.
I don't know if I'll have enough time to get to all of that, but I will sum it up that being a member from Niagara, my house is only about a 10-minute drive from the border. I think everyone in my community understands that safe borders lead to safe communities. And it's fundamentally important that we take action as a government to ensure that CBSA has the tools they need, that the RCMP and local police have the tools that they need, the tools that they've been asking for, the tools that frontline officers have said are in C2, that are urging Parliament to get this passed as quickly as possible. So we heard it from our constituents. We were elected as Canada's new government, and we're getting to work. This is fundamentally important. I hope to see this get passed as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola. It's nice to see one of my colleagues recognizing people the way I do. I love that. Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify something that my colleague mentioned. I think he was talking about the Bajkovic decision, the decision that said that judicial oversight or a judicial authorization of warrant production orders required for IP addresses. I don't think many people in the law enforcement community, I believe that they would support the provisions he was referring to. I think that where us as Conservatives take issue is that one step further when we're talking about getting data from Meta and things like that. Does he see the distinction between those two things?
Member for St. Catharines, about 33 seconds.
I would love for the Conservatives to take that energy and apply it to all of their policies with respect to criminal justice and to bring a rights-based approach. First, this legislation complies with the Charter of Rights, will continue to comply with the Charter of Rights. I hope they engage in the future with respect to all of their policies because it's been absent from their arguments since I've been here. Thank you.
The Please du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And may I just say it's an honor to be able to rise on an issue as important as a bill that deals with Canada's border. I have been among those sounding the alarm for years about the Liberal government's inaction on the border, and when there has been action that has aggravated and exacerbated the problems. These are long-standing challenges caused by a Liberal government that, despite its proclamations, is not a new government, but a continuation of what we've had over the last 10 years. Now, while I am heartened to the fact that the Liberals have acknowledged there is a border crisis, I have a great many concerns with the way they've chosen to tackle that. Now, let me be clear. One of the biggest issues that in my media career I would frequently criticize the government's handling of was the lax approach to border security. One notable example of this is allowing Roxham Road to balloon into a full-blown illegal immigration scheme that the government turned a blind eye to. This was something that happened for years and years and years, and the government would not act. Issues pertaining to smuggling of firearms, of drugs, even of people, have been allowed to become the crisis they are today. So while I am grateful the Liberals have decided to come to the party late, I do have to ask why it took so long. What prevented them from taking action on this? Now, let me be perfectly clear that a lot of the issues we see with crime and drugs in our country, gang violence using illegal firearms smuggled in across the border, these are issues that cannot just be neatly siloed off into one particular portfolio. You see, when we've been asking the Liberals for the last couple of weeks about this and saying, why is there nothing in this bill that deals with sentencing for fentanyl kingpins? Why is there nothing that deals with bail issues that allow repeat offenders to continue to be out on the street after offending? They've always come back to the same position, which is, well, this is just a border bill. It's not a crime bill. But that's a very narrow and naive way of looking at this legislation, to not understand that these cross-border issues are integrally connected to the crime and justice issues that they are not acknowledging, that they are not acting on, and that this bill has no solutions for. So on this, I will say that I'm grateful the government has taken some suggestions that the Conservatives have made over the years and put them in this bill. But the problem with this is that it is an omnibus bill. It tries to do a great many things. Some of it is stuff that I would say the Conservatives have been leaders on. Others are things that I look at the legislation and I wonder where it came from. I wonder who was asking for it. So while there is a lack of addressing bail issues, a lack of addressing sentencing issues, there are things in here that I cannot imagine why the Liberals thought they were relevant for a bill that by their own admission is supposed to be about the border. I want to focus on two of those right now because I have a long track record, Mr. Speaker, of advocating for civil liberties. One of the provisions of this bill, Part 4, gives Canada Post unilateral power to open not just parcels, but also letters. Now, this means that a letter that you send, Mr. Speaker, to anyone in the country could be intercepted without a warrant, without judicial oversight, by someone at Canada Post. Now, this is something that we have heard in the course of debate over this evening and this afternoon, some misinformation from the Liberal government. They say, oh no, it's subject to warrant. Well, I have combed through the legislation. I have combed through the entire bill, but also Part 4 specifically. And in Part 4, which deals with changes to Canada Post, the Canada Post Corporation Act, the word warrant does not appear once. The word warrant does not appear. In the act that this section of the bill cites, there is no discussion of warrants whatsoever. So we are left as Canadians with the questions that the Liberal government is not answering. What are the constraints on this power? What is Canada Post entitled to do or authorized to do with not just goods they may seize, but with information they seize? Because they specifically in this bill talk about intercepting letters. That doesn't just mean opening an envelope and looking for fentanyl. That means opening a piece of mail and being allowed to read it. Who has access to this correspondence? What can be done with it? Will it be tracked? Will it be registered? Will it be entered into a database? These are questions that we do not have answers for because the Liberals are denying that the text of the bill is what it is. And moreover, the bill actually gives Canada Post immunity. It takes away any liability for anything arising from demand, seizure, detention, or retention, which means you have no rights as a Canadian to question or challenge what Canada Post is doing with your mail. And to be clear, Canada Post has not asked for this power that I have seen. This is something the Liberal government is voluntarily handing over without any regard for the civil liberties concerns. And then we look at Part 11 of the bill, which bans cash transactions over $10,000. It does not put a reporting requirement. It does not restrict it. It does not add bureaucracy or red tape. It is a clear ban. I will read directly from the bill. Every person or entity that is engaged in a business, a profession, or the solicitation of charitable financial donations from the public commits an offense if the person or entity accepts a cash payment, donation, or deposit of $10,000 or more in a single transaction or in a prescribed series of related transactions that total $10,000 or more. Now, I mean, after 10 years of economic mismanagement, $10,000 is a regular haul at the grocery store, Mr. Speaker. But $10,000, this may seem like an amount, as the Liberals like to say, that, well, no one is dealing in that. No one is going around and dealing in $10,000 transactions unless they have something to hide. I represent a lot of rural and smaller communities in my riding. It is not uncommon for someone to go and buy a used vehicle, to buy a farm truck, to buy a new piece of equipment for $10,000, $15,000. And you may say, as the Liberals do, well, why would anyone need to do that? Well, we live in a free society where we do not need to justify our decision to engage in transactions with legal tender to the government. And I'm very aware of the fact that as I speak, the federal government, the Liberal government, is actively fighting in court against a federal court decision that found its use of the Emergencies Act was illegal in 2022. This is a government that unlawfully and unconstitutionally froze people's bank accounts without due process and without oversight. Now, that sent a chill throughout the country as people realized that this is a government that would use its power without regard for the law. So I do not accept that this government is permitted to say, just trust us, with putting a further restriction in place on how Canadians transact. And this is incredibly important. The Bank of Canada, which the Prime Minister used to run, has been advocating for central bank digital currency. Again, something that puts government more in control and more able to monitor the transactions that Canadians choose to undertake. There are many reasons that people would use cash. It does not mean, and in fact, in most cases that I'm aware of, it has nothing to do with law breaking. It's simply because of convenience, avoiding staggering credit card fees, the ability to transact and ensure that the local farmer's market, the person selling the vehicle in your riding, in your neighborhood, whatever it is able to do so free of government interference. So this is a bill that, while I am grateful it's dealing with some issues at the border that we have long been calling for solutions for as Conservatives, it is taking a very broad brush, and in doing so, treating ordinary law-abiding Canadians as though they are criminals, as though they have something that they must hide from the government, that they must be doing something wrong simply because, like anyone else who identifies as quote-unquote old school, is simply using cash. What other legal things is the government planning to regulate or restrict? So the fact that we are looking at this bill with how many different sections and different parts it has, we have to look at the good and we have to look at the bad. And I think that the government has tried to do too much in the course of this legislation, where we have to look at the civil liberties concerns. And again, any time this has been raised in the course of debating this, the Liberals have fallen back on either making a false claim, such as that a warrant is required under the Canada Post section, which it's not, or just relying on the fact that we are to trust them because there's no way the Liberal government would abuse this power. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't trust them, and my constituents don't trust them either.
Questions and comments. Question and comment here. The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask the member opposite what he thinks about the mandate that Londoners sent him to do here, and whether or not he heard what I heard at the doors. For what I heard at the doors is that Londoners want safer borders, they want an economy that works for everyone, they want more jobs for our communities. I just want to hear, welcome him to the House first of all, and hear what he thinks about the things that we were hearing in London at the doors.
The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm honoured to represent just shy of 20,000 Londoners, London is a part of a riding that also encompasses the county of Elgin, St. Thomas, and Elmer. And the fact that the voters in my riding elected a Conservative Member of Parliament, I think, is an important indication of what the constituents that I represent believe. And they were saying they wanted the Liberals to get tough on the border, but weren't. That's why they were voting Conservative. They were saying they wanted a government that would get tough on crime, and they weren't getting that from the Liberals. So I was elected because people did not want this government to do it. And Mr. Speaker, not one single person of the 26,000 doors that I knocked on said, I really think that government needs to crack down on people buying a truck with cash.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to wish a welcome to my colleague for St. Thomas, Elgin, London South. Welcome to this place, and I appreciated his speech. Can he tell me what he thinks, what he believes about how we got to where we are now? How is it that the government is presenting a bill that will affect 15 or amend 15 other statutes and that are administered by 3 different departments? How is it that the government has presented such a radical piece of legislation, given the current situation? How serious are they being about the border and our refugee claim system? The Honourable Member.
Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for that very insightful question. And I can't answer what the government was thinking with putting this forward, but I do know that there is a general trend that we've seen from the Liberal government of trying to do omnibus legislation so they can advance things that are very unpopular or unconstitutional while hiding behind things that are popular, that all parties would agree on. And I fear that's precisely what they're doing with this bill, by going after civil liberties while also offering things that are important that we could all agree on, such as the need to get tough on border security.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his very factual and evidence-based speech. Very well done. Quick question for the member. We've been hearing a lot of comments how the Liberals are trying to identify as a new government when in fact they're the same government for the last 10 years. I was wondering if he could share his thoughts with the House on how this Liberal government is in fact the same government that's been here for the last 10 years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As some members of this House may know, I used to have a career in media before I joined here, and a few days ago I saw a clip of Question Period that was actually a couple of years old, but I thought it was recent because the front bench was entirely the same. So I do think that for a party that insists on saying that it is a new government, there is a heck of a lot of continuity, not just in the people, but also the policies and attitudes and approaches, which is why I do not trust this government to give itself or any other agencies tremendous powers of warrantless oversight on Canadians.
Questions, comments? On the député Mont-Saint-Bruno.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-Lacadie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit disappointed by the comments because many Canadians voted, and in my writing, many of us are new members, so we're not the same old party. Many of us are new here. What does he have to say about that?
I thank the honourable member and I welcome him to this chamber, but ultimately the direction that this party has taken is a continuation of Justin Trudeau. And in fact, the Prime Minister, his most recent resume line item was an advisor to Justin Trudeau. So if there has been a break in the pattern here, a break in the timeline, I'm not exactly sure when it was.
Resuming debate, and before we go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence, I would just inform him he'll have about 6.5 minutes before I have to interrupt for adjournment proceedings. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am honoured to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-2. And recognizing the amount of time that I have, I'll make my comments somewhat briefer. I do want to begin by saying that throughout the last campaign and since 2021, I've had the privilege of meeting thousands of my constituents. Over and over, I've heard one message, and that's that they want a forward-looking and ambitious government that delivers for them. And they want that government to fight organized crime, they want that government to fight auto theft, and they want that government to tackle the fentanyl crisis. Canadians, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on both sides, members of Parliament on both sides of this House will have heard, I suspect from their constituents, that Canadians want to feel safe in their homes, they want to feel safe in their communities, and they want our government to ensure that we deliver that for them. This bill will do exactly that. It delivers bold and concrete actions. It tackles the complex interconnected threats that Canadians are facing today. Whether it's fentanyl, auto theft, or money laundering, Bill C-2 seeks to deal with all of those issues. It does so by delivering on 3 important measures: securing our borders, dismantling transnational organized crime, and cracking down on illicit financing. Securing our borders means fixing long-standing gaps in our immigration system. It's about modernizing how we share information, strengthening visa protections to stop fraud, and improving the asylum application process to make it more efficient and fair. These reforms will preserve the integrity of our system while ensuring that those who actually need protection continue to receive it. Mr. Speaker, we can only have a strong and resilient country if our security agencies are empowered to protect Canadians while preserving their freedoms. And thanks to this bill, once passed, the RCMP and our international partners will be able to better track and apprehend child sex offenders. That's why if this bill is passed, the Canadian Coast Guard will have a clear mandate to counter drug smuggling and enhance maritime protection and enforcement, something that has been long needed in provinces like mine in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for Conservatives to put their money where their mouth is. They talk about law and order, they talk about keeping Canadians safe, and this is their chance to vote with us and to ensure that this bill gets passed. This bill also addresses directly the devastating rise in organized crime and the fentanyl crisis. We intend to empower our law enforcement agencies who are at the forefront of this fight with the ability to seize illegal drugs like fentanyl and its components. We're also making it easier and faster to classify illicit substances before they take root in our communities. These changes will not only stop the flow of illicit and dangerous substances into Canada, but also make it harder for criminal networks to produce and distribute them domestically. Now, we know that supporting and protecting Canadians requires additional support mechanisms across Canada. That's why we will keep traffickers, smugglers, and violent criminals accountable for their crimes by giving the authorities the legal tools that they need to act decisively. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the point of auto theft, we know that auto theft has decreased thanks to the work that this new government has already taken. But we also know that Canadians want us to do more. With this bill, border officials will now have the authority to intercept those shipments, recover stolen property, and hold those responsible accountable. For too long, money laundering and terrorist financing have allowed organized crime to profit and expand. But this bill will put forward stronger penalties for financial crimes, restrict anonymous large cash deposits, and prohibit third-party transactions that allow bad actors to hide behind others. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2 builds upon the single largest investment in border security in Canadian history, $1.3 billion, and reflects a clear and targeted approach to the challenges that we are facing. It reflects our government's commitment to responsible, balanced governance to tackle everyday issues that Canadians are facing. Now, these aren't small changes. Let me be clear. This bill is about fixing systems, closing loopholes, and ensuring Canada keeps pace with a rapidly evolving global landscape of crime, exploitation of systems, and digital threats. Our allies are watching, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians are calling on us to protect them. Canadians have told us what they need. They want us to balance freedom and security. They want a government that takes safety seriously, that confronts difficult problems and delivers results while protecting our fundamental rights and freedoms. So I urge my colleagues in this House to join us in passing this bill, putting aside partisanship and putting the security and safety of Canadians first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member finished early, so we have time for a few questions and comments. Questions and comments. L'honourable député de Saint-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Bagot-Acton. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm not sure if he was here earlier, but when my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord made his speech, we said that we were glad that action was finally being taken because it took a long time, but it seems to be a bit disproportionate. So I asked some of the earlier speakers why it took so long, and I didn't get a convincing answer. And I also asked whether people weren't concerned about a certain amount of excess or overreach with respect to human rights, individual rights, for example, the power to open people's mail. Is he concerned about certain aspects of this bill? Is he open to us at committee making some changes? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. So, when I was young, I was very concerned about Bill C-51, which was a conservative bill under Prime Minister Harper. This bill, in my opinion, like all bills by all governments, is there to protect Canadians. But of course, we always have to work together to improve on the draft version of a bill. The fact is that it's our opinion that steps have to be taken today to protect Canadians and protect our border.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise once again to ask the Minister of Finance why he finds it acceptable to not table a budget before he and the Prime Minister, the so-called man with the plan, head off on summer vacation. Budgeting is not optional for families and small businesses across this great country, and it should not be possible or optional for the federal government either. Months of uncertainty about Canada's finances will undoubtedly harm Canada's credit rating, as well as spook investors into moving further capital out of this country. Although that shouldn't surprise anyone, given the Prime Minister's track record of moving capital and jobs out of Canada and over to his friends on Wall Street in New York City. The Prime Minister promised to cap spending at 2%, but then immediately turned around and handed
There are no points of order.
handed Canadians a tax bill. Good try to my friends from the Liberal Party. A tax bill that shattered the promise and jacked up spending 8%. The only thing that Canadians can confidently expect from this Liberal government and these Liberal MPs who just tried to silence me is rising housing prices, now rising car prices, soaring debt, runaway overall inflation, and absolutely zero economic leadership, just like we've seen for the last 10 years. Canadians Canadians, and particularly young Canadians that I represent, are the ones who are going to be on the hook for paying this government's reckless spending. Take the millions of dollars that were dished out to the Liberals insiders at GC Strategies, for example. Tens of millions of dollars that lined the pockets of their insider friends on the backs of young Canadian families who work hard to make an honest dollar and put healthy groceries on the table and gas in their vehicles to take their kids to hockey practice and piano lessons. Just last week, this House voted to force the government to make sure that the $64 million paid to GC Strategies was returned within 100 days. Only time will tell if this government will follow the will of Canadians and their democratically elected representatives, or if it will side with their insider friends who are surely sitting on a beach or a fancy yacht by now waiting for those Liberal MPs to join them. A budget is Canada's best opportunity to review the decisions that the Government of Canada is making. It is not optional for families and businesses in Brandon-Souris, and it should not be optional for this Liberal Prime Minister, his Liberal Minister of Finance, or those Liberal MPs. So my question is, why are the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister completely ignoring the will of Canadians in the House of Commons and refusing to table a complete, transparent and accountable budget before the House rises on Friday?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of my riding sent me here to get a job done. They sent our government here to get a job done. And let me be crystal clear, this government has been focused on getting the job done. We've delivered middle-class tax cut that will support 22 million Canadians. Housing is another area where Canadians asked us to be decisive and act quickly, and this government delivered. Targeted, ambitious measures to support first-time homebuyers. We're supporting purpose-built rentals, unlocking public lands, and we're cutting red tape to get shovels in the ground faster. And when it comes to the business of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, this government is showing what responsible leadership looks like. We've passed main estimates, we've passed supplementary estimates, we've funded what needed to be funded, and we did it with transparency, and we did it efficiently. And now, Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward with one Canadian economy, which is a transformative piece of legislation to strengthen our economic union. We are streamlining interprovincial trade so that we can build a more productive, more competitive economy that works for every region of Canada. We are breaking down barriers, Mr. Speaker, so that we can build up the Canadian economy. In Newfoundland and Labrador, this means better access to markets, more efficient regulations, a more unified approach to energy development, infrastructure, and workforce mobility. We're building one economy for all Canadians. It is time to get to work, and that is what the public want us to do. That is what we as parliamentarians have been sent here to do. If we respect the will of Canadians, we will put petty politics aside and focus on getting things done for Canadians. Look at what we've accomplished in a matter of just a couple of months. We're not just talking, Mr. Speaker, we are acting. We're not just promising, we are delivering, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will say this with confidence and conviction. We are only just getting started.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
What a relief, Mr. Speaker, that they're just getting started, because the first 3 weeks of this government has surely been a disappointment to Canadians. That member talks about transparency, leadership and accountability. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board, why hasn't that minister and that Parliamentary Secretary introduced a budget? All of these things would give Canadians confidence in the financial literacy of this government, would give them confidence in the transparency, the leadership, and financial accountability that this member talks about, but has not delivered in the first weeks of this government. So why will this member,
who talks laudably about all of these highfalutin goals but has delivered none of them, not stand up and force his minister to deliver a budget before the House rises for the summer, to deliver for his constituents in Newfoundland and all the rest of this great country of Canadians.
What a great new MP!
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll remind the member it's Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, as I said in my previous statement, we've hit the ground running, and we're not wasting a single moment, Mr. Speaker, in delivering for Canadians. We've cut taxes for the middle class. We've launched bold measures for first-time home buyers. We've passed main estimates. We've passed supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are well on our way with the One Canadian Economy Act. Legislation that will build a stronger, more unified economy from coast to coast to coast in this province, Mr. Speaker. Numbers speak for themselves. The Prime Minister is 65% in the polls, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that hasn't changed in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is the petty politics of the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, my question that I asked the Public Safety Minister in a question period recently stemmed from a rather bizarre exchange I had with him during a Committee of the Whole, in which the minister responsible for overseeing Canada's gun laws admitted he didn't know what a firearms license was. He admitted he didn't know about the Canadian Firearms Safety Course that all Canadian firearms owners must pass to get their firearms license. Now, I suspect if I had had a bit more time, I might have learned that the minister didn't even know what a firearm was, but unfortunately we'll have to save that for next Committee of the Whole. But why this is important, Mr. Speaker, is because the Liberal government's firearms confiscation regime is predicated on misinformation. It's actually predicated on the idea that law-abiding firearms owners are the source of gun crime in Canada. So I wasn't actually surprised that the minister responsible for this scheme didn't know anything about guns and gun owners, because if he did know, the Liberals' plans wouldn't exist. They wouldn't make any sense, and they'd be aware of that. We know that the vast majority of firearms crime in Canada is the responsibility of guns that have been illegally smuggled across the Canada-US border. It is guns that are very connected to organized crime and gangs. It is not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. It's not the firearm that a law-abiding licensed firearms owner like myself and like many of my colleagues in this House are. So what I asked the minister in question period was whether he would commit to actually learning about his file, and because he clearly didn't know anything about it, whether he would commit to scrapping the Liberal government's firearms confiscation regime. Now, the minister has had a couple of weeks to bone up on this. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. But what I can tell you is that Canadian gun owners have been attacked by this government, which does not know that they are statistically less likely to commit a crime, less likely to have any connection to gun violence or gun crime by virtue of having gone through the rigorous vetting and training and examination that the Canadian firearms program requires of gun owners. And the firearms that were banned by Order in Council 5 years ago are firearms that have been, and they've added to this list continually, used by hunters, sport shooters, and collectors without any issue, without any connection to gun crime whatsoever. Now, I represent a riding that has a lot of rural communities where, unlike for perhaps the Laurentian elites across the aisle, firearms are a way of life. Firearms are a way of life for people in Aylmer, people in St. Thomas, people in Central Elgin, some Londoners as well, because they understand that this is a hobby and a pastime that has deep roots in Canada. So when the Liberal government passes its measures on this based on misinformation, they should take the opportunity to be educated and to learn about this. So only when the Liberal government and the minister responsible for the firearms program learn about guns will they apparently realize that their regime is based on complete and utter falsehoods. So I'm here to ask once and for all whether the Minister of Public Safety will commit to scrapping the confiscation scheme, which only, not majorly, not generally, which only targets law-abiding gun owners.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, In response to the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, I'm pleased to speak about our government's commitments to strengthen gun control and to fight gun violence in Canada. The safety and security of Canadians is one of the government's top priorities, and we're taking firm action to prevent an increase in gun violence in communities across Canada. In 2020, following the deadliest mass shooting in Canadian history, in which 22 people were killed in Nova Scotia, the government determined that the significant risk posed by certain firearms outweighs any justification for their continued availability in Canada. The government banned more than 2,000 makes and models of firearms. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. These are firearms that are not appropriate for hunting or for sport shooting and which exceed the limits of safe civilian use. Since then, additional assault-style firearms have been banned in December 24 and March 2025, bringing the total number of prohibited firearms to about 2,500. The program to provide compensation has been in place for several years, and as of April 30th, 2025, over 12,000 requests have been submitted for compensation, and as of June 16th, more than 10,600 of these firearms have been destroyed. The government will soon implement the second phase of the program, which will focus on fair compensation for individual firearm owners. Work is progressing well to make this program available soon. No single program or initiative can address the issue of gun violence. And beyond buying back guns, the government's comprehensive plan to protect Canadians from gun crime includes other measures, including strengthening our borders, where we are committed to adding resources to fight gun trafficking and smuggling to prevent guns from entering Canada. Since 2017, Mr. Speaker, the government has invested over $1.3 billion in safety initiatives, including the Action on Gun and Gang Violence Initiative, the Building Safe Communities Fund, and investments to equip the RCMP and the Canada Border Services Agency with state-of-the-art tools such as X-ray machines to detect smuggled firearms and smuggled firearm components. In addition, in the last speech from the throne, the government announced the deployment of detectors of illicit merchandise and the use of drones and helicopters, as well as additional personnel and the use of canine units at the border. These measures will greatly increase the ability of law enforcement to detect and seize firearms and prohibited weapons at the border. Criminal penalties for trafficking and smuggling firearms were recently increased from 10 to 14 years in prison. This change will, on the one hand, strengthen deterrence and, on the other hand, support the prosecution of offenders involved in firearms smuggling. Together, these efforts will prevent firearms from being diverted to the black market, where they could be obtained to commit crimes or inflict mass casualties in mass shootings. Through these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, the government is taking concrete steps and acting in a responsible way to make Canada less vulnerable to gun violence while being
Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary had the audacity to mention the Portapique shooting to justify this Liberal government's attack on gun owners. The brutal murderer in that case used illegally acquired guns and himself did not legally own them. So it is disgraceful that this government would... I can't even use the word in this House, that this government would take advantage of those victims to score political points off the backs of law-abiding gun owners. He should be ashamed, and I hope he apologizes for that. Will this government, which clearly the minister and the parliamentary secretary don't know anything about the gun file, abandon this half-baked confiscation scheme that only targets law-abiding owners, not killers, not gang murderers, and not those who are actually responsible for breaking the law?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. I reiterate our government's commitment to public safety through stronger gun control. We have invested, or rather, we've banned more than 2,500 assault-style firearms deemed inappropriate for civilian use. Whether it be for hunting or sport shooting, 12,000 of these firearms have been removed from businesses, and the second phase for individuals will be launched later in 2025. It will allow responsible gun owners to be properly compensated. The government has invested $1.3 billion in initiatives to make communities more safe. Too many lives have been lost to gun violence. We will continue to take strong action to strengthen controls, curb the flow of smuggled guns across the border, and provide harsher penalties for gun smuggling. We remain committed to keeping Canadians safe, and we will always be there for them.
For Portage Lisgar.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last week I asked the Minister a pretty straightforward question. Why can't the Liberals get anything built on time or on budget? Reasonable question that most taxpayers ask, unfortunately, on a far too regular basis. His answer at the time was it was nonsensical. He completely ignored the question and gave some typical government gobbledygook answer. So today, I'm going to take the opportunity to outline a few examples of their wasteful incompetence. And I'd like to start local. The Liberal government committed funds to the municipality of Rhineland and their Gretna Arena project. But because of delays in signing the contribution agreement on the side of this federal Liberal government, and due to, generally speaking, Liberal inflationary policies, the cost of the project ballooned in a huge way. As a result, the municipality can't afford to move forward with this project any longer. Shame. And to make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's trying to shake down the RM of Rhineland for 50 grand for part of the cost that went into this project. Now, let me move to the national level. Now, the original budget of the Trans Mountain Pipeline was just, we'll call it a measly $7 billion. But then the Liberal government, they went ahead and nationalized it. And the budget ballooned to over $34 billion, nearly 5 times the cost of the original estimate. Wow. And of course, we can talk about their, frankly, just ridiculous and unjustified firearms confiscation scheme. Instead of going after criminals, what they are doing is planning to spend $600 million to expropriate firearms from some of, I would argue, the most law-abiding Canadians in this country. Now, unfortunately, taxpayers know that I can go on, and we know there are so many unfortunate, egregious examples, but I'd like to ask a simple question. Has anyone within the government ever lost their job? Or even worse, have they received a bonus for these abysmal failures?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Transformation, Procurement and Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question and the opportunity to rise tonight to address it. Whether it's creating more affordable housing or boosting our defence efforts, this new government is committed to building Canada strong and delivering for Canadians. With the appointment of a new Minister for Government Transformation, we are focused on transforming the way that we do business. That means improving productivity, but it also means focusing on meeting service delivery standards. And it's going to require us to look at new technologies such as artificial intelligence and change the way that we manage many of our processes. On housing, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to deliver affordable homes by creating Build Canada Homes, a mission-driven organization that will act to accelerate the development of new affordable housing. And on defence procurement, this government created a dedicated cabinet post of Secretary of State for Defence Procurement, and we have already committed to establishing a defence procurement agency focused on reforming and speeding up our military purchases. As for the issues surrounding GC strategies, we share frustrations with others in this House, and that's why we have taken action. Public Service and Procurement Canada has taken several steps over the last 18 months to implement changes
based on recommendations that were made in the reports to Parliament. This includes improving evaluation requirements, increasing transparency from suppliers around pricing and use of subcontractors, improving contract documentation, and ensuring clarification of work requirements and activities. We introduced an updated ineligibility and suspension policy and set up a new Office of Supplier Integrity and Compliance, empowering the government to better respond to misconduct and wrongdoing in a way that is impartial and free of political interference. In addition, PSPC has terminated all contracts with GC Strategies and removed them from all supply arrangements. Earlier this month, the government found that the company's actions met the threshold for ineligibility pursuant to the government's ineligibility and suspension policy, which will now prohibit the company from participating in federal contracts. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to cases of recovering funds for work not done or overbilling, we pursue these to ensure that Canadians get their money back. That is why we have taken legal action against GC Strategies right now. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to ensuring the best value for Canadian taxpayers with all federal procurements and projects. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking my honourable colleague across the way. And just for frame of reference, the question that was read in response to, but certainly not answered, was, has anyone ever lost their job, or has anyone unfortunately received a bonus despite these failures? And I'm not exactly sure what I just heard, but I know it was a canned response, and this is why people get so frustrated with government. They sit here, they want to look at Parliament, they want to hear what we have to say, the questions that opposition members want to ask the government, and those are the type of responses we get. But speaking of the costly and wasteful programs that we are well aware of in this government is the Net Zero Accelerator Fund under this Liberal government. They've doled out $8 billion in subsidies to large multinational companies without any commitment to actually reduce emissions. But we know this agenda is not actually about achieving results. The Liberals, at the end of the day, have sidelined the hard-working Canadians, and at the end of the day, is this...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility to manage public funds in a way that ensures Canadian taxpayers are getting the best possible value for their dollars. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to my colleagues opposite that it is time to stop the political games of the last Parliament, and it's time to get to work on the things that matter to Canadians and the things that we talked about throughout the campaign that got us re-elected to this place, to build the strongest economy in the G7, to build our military, to protect our borders and our sovereignty, and to ensure that in everything that we are doing, we are building Canada strong. And I encourage the opposition to join us in doing just that. Thank you.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.